Hello, hello. Good time zone. Happy time zone, everyone. What a great song. Beautiful. The song is just wonderful. So good. Incredible. Man, just beauty in a song right here. It's like joy in a song. Oh. That is a song to pick you up for the day, man. Like, actually amazing. That is a song that is such a positive impact, man. What's up, Enrico? Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Now, what do you gotta do here? Oh yeah, we still have this to do. Guess I'll do that then, huh? This thing's been haunting me for the entire time. Today's stream won't be that long. Usually it is a community day, but I think I'm gonna maybe just have like a couple hours on stream today. We'll see how long it goes, but I won't go for my usual 5-6 hours. The weekend is coming up, so I'm gonna try and get some rest. But I hope you're having a good week so far though, Enrico. Really hope that you're feeling better, man. Gotta look out for the homies. Well, that's interesting. The moon is like over there. Man, there's so much there's so much lore that just blew my mind and opened up my brain yesterday. I was I left like a long message in Discord in the lore section. I was just like, something feels fishy. I'll probably talk about it today, but we'll see. Again, we'll see how long. We'll see how long it goes for. But I left a really big message, and this could be like a huge plot twist that I don't think people will see coming. But
Mara, are you there? Still nothing.
Losing strength.
Basically,
Don't let me die. I'll kill you.
Basically, my thought process was
Just stay with us.
Ikora is actually going to betray us in final shape. That was my my theory that I left. Oops. I'll go into it in more detail after. But yeah, that Sabaton fight was definitely crazy though. That fight had me juiced, man. That was a crazy fight. Yo, Jack.
Ahead. Oh well.
I'm just chilling, dude. How are you?
Any better?
Barely. More.
Corandor says, Ikora will never betray the Vanguard.
Carry.
I don't know about that, man. After rewatching some of the cutscenes and just hearing more of what Ikora was saying, I don't know. Yesterday, I rewatched a lot of cutscenes and I reread a lot of the voice lines from Ikora, and I was like, something feels off with her, man. Something felt off, because I'll go into more detail soon. Oh my gosh. The plans for today, essentially... Whoa. My plans for today, I'm just gonna chill for today. Just gonna do some PvE stuff and gonna talk some lore, basically. I think today's gonna be like a lore discussion day. Because again, it really hit me yesterday.
Oh well.
So I don't think so. If anyone would ever betray the Vanguard, I'd say it would be Drifter or Osiris. I did say Osiris was another potential betrayal. That was definitely another name I had on my list. It was either Ikora or Osiris.
Barely. More. Need more.
But I'll go into my thought process as to why I thought this way.
Hurry.
Because it's always the person that we never suspect. Because of course, from our perspective, it's like, yeah, why would it be Ikora? She's like, you know, she's so trusting. But that's exactly what the enemy wants us to think, right? But yeah, we'll get into that eventually. Oh, just run? Okay. I literally thought I had to just destroy enemies. Yo, what's up this side? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, I'm just gonna have to play this game of running away. There's 16 of these stupid things. It's all good, Jack. No worries. Oh, it's all the way down there? No way, dude. They want me playing jumping? Come on, man. They wanted playing jumping jacks. I don't think they have the time story-wise to add some betrayal plot. They have to explain a lot in the final shape. That could be a good reason why they took so much time, though, right? That could also be a good reason why they took a lot of time.
Ahead. Oh well.
Like, who knows, right? Who knows how long they've been plotting this all along? Because to us, it might seem that, oh, there's not enough time for them to do that. But who knows?
More. Need more.
Maybe all along that's what they want us to believe, right?
Carry you.
Need
There's not enough time to explain all this, but then maybe all along it was right in front of our eyes. Again, that's just my crazy theory. It just dawned on me because I was just rewatching a lot of scenes and rereading some of the voice lines. Especially after Witch Queen, because Witch Queen kind of gave us a lot of information. So I was like, wait a minute. That didn't seem right. Oh my gosh. It's actually insane how much jumping I have to do. Oh my gosh, then that thing hits me too?
Any slower, and you might as well take.
Yeah, I played Lightfall too. I played through the entire story as well. And Sabathun was the one who led us to basically to Neptune. Through Osiris's visions. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is going on? Oh my god. They really want us doing all this stuff? They really want us going through all this? Yo, Ellie, what's up? Good to see you.
Ahead. Oh well.
Any better?
How are things on your end?
Barely.
Sabathun is fine? Oh, I know Sabathun's fine. I'm saying that Sabathun is actually the real hero. Like, that's my theory. My theory is, my whole theory is that Sabathun is actually the real hero in this whole story. And she's actually the one who's helping us to win the war in the final shape. And so, again, I'll go into the theory in detail. I literally wrote it out. Like, she is actually the real hero. And all along, she's been trying to help us by basically protecting the traveler and all these things, and we've just been misled. And the real enemy has been right under our nose the entire time. Because I'm like, Sabathun is actually big brain. She is actually giga brain. Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. Alright, I'll do a couple more of these and then we can She has her own agenda. She wants to help and the traveler knows it, but she is no friend. So here's my thought too.
Ahead. Oh well.
She's so to me so you said Loki, right? That's a good one too. The way she reminded me, she gave me the impression of Admiral Thrawn, sorry. Admiral Thrawn from Star Wars is very much the same as how Sabathun likes to behave. They're both very tactical, they're both very intelligent, and they're like the anti-heroes of the story. They have their own agenda, but ultimately they're not for evil, but they're not for, like, they have no side but theirs. But in the end, they actually have like something good to help us in some way.
Precious cargo.
Like, that's how I see Sabathun. She's the anti-heroine of this game. And so she's not picking any sides, but she's actually still helping us while still doing her own thing. Oh. Okay, I think I have a better strat. The funny worm that got COVID. That's funny. All of a sudden this worm just gets sick. Help me! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, this guy, 13. Oh, 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 oh. What? There's no way. I literally timed that. What? I felt like I was in the air and that spike didn't even touch me.
There. Ahead.
Oh my goodness. Okay, but after this, we'll do more theory talk though. We'll do more lore talk after We'll do lore talk after I'm done with this mission.
More. Carry me.
Carry you?
Need quick relief. Hurry! Any slower, and you might as well take a nap.
So the Traveler just doesn't hand the light to anyone. If it has decided to give it to her, it's because the Traveler knows she was needed. And that was proven right. Exactly. That's exactly. And that's why I feel like Sabathun has something that we need. And that's exactly why the enemy was trying to kill Sabathun. In other words, using us as a means to eliminate the threat. Because why else would you want Sabathun gone if Sabathun wasn't a threat, why get rid of her? It's because, oh my gosh, it's because the real enemy knows Sabathun has the key, has the answer. Because the moment that Sabathun was quote-unquote dead, right? After we killed her in the boss battle, what happened? We saw the cutscene where the witness was revealed, the witness comes out, and now the witness's plans, according to the witness, in its mind,
Any better?
back on track, right? Because what Sabathun did was she took control of the Traveler, protected it from the witness, and as soon as she was gone, the moon disappeared, or the Traveler disappeared from Sabathun's throne world. And now the witness feels confident again. Like, oh, okay, good. Sabathun is dead now. Now I can go back to what I was doing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, I'm so hyped to talk lore. I wanna definitely like talk to everyone about the lore. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Did I finish the full oh my gosh. Did I finish Season of the Witch? I think I finished most of it. What time did I come into the game? Did I even come into that part?
There.
Because
Well,
a lot of the lore that I've been watching has been the stuff that I couldn't actually pick up on because I had access to the Legacy Collection at the time,
more.
and then of course now that I have everything,
Need quick
but I came in like
hurry.
during the holidays, so I'm not too sure if I finished the entirety of it, but I had to watch a lot of the lore guides to get a feel for what was going on prior to all this. To like connect the dots.
Now.
Because I think right now I have access to Wish, Defiance, and then Deep. I think those are the seasons that I have currently. Unless I probably did the Witch, but I can't remember now. You want to say something, but it's a spoiler? Hey, I'm honestly at this point, I'm already done Lightfall, so I'm kind of caught up. So go ahead, because this is gonna go right back into our discussion anyway, and I think it'll add more context. So at the end of the Season of the Witch, we may have brought Sava back to life already. Oh. So that already adds a lot more layers to this story too then. That adds a lot more layers to the story if Sabathun is actually back. But we just didn't see her though, because she wasn't really shown much in Lightfall, right? Like all we really got through Lightfall was... Oh my gosh. No! No! What? What killed me? What killed me there? What is this? Oh my gosh, what killed me? There's no spike. There's no spike there. There's no spike. I have, okay, so I must be doing it then. There's so many different, there's so many different
More!
bits of content that I'm currently doing
Carry you.
that oftentimes I don't even know what season I'm on.
Hurry!
Because it just threw me into the game. So I literally had to like watch the lore guides to kind of line things up for myself.
And they call you a guardian.
Okay. So this part is understandable now. This part's fine. So she gets resurrected, and the Vanguard allows her to go, which makes sense, goes according to the story there. And she leaves her ghost Imaru at the Vanguard custody. So if she ever becomes a threat again, they can smash Imaru and kill her for good. Yeah, because I know at the end of the fight from yesterday, we let Imaru escape, right? Because Ikora mentioned that all she wanted was to retrieve Savathun's body. But we just left Imaru to escape. And I guess now what you're saying is they've... Uh-oh. Oh, that was so scary there. Did we collect it? Oh, come on, man. We didn't touch it? Okay, good. I was about to say. Oh, man. The rabbit hole in my brain right now... The way... Okay. Maybe this is going to sound weird, but I feel like Savathun... I feel like Savathun is like a whistleblower. That's what she is. She's like... the wall blocked me. I feel like Savathun is like a whistleblower. And someone wants to silence her. And so what better way to silence the whistleblower than to take custody of the very thing that could basically open up the can of worms again.
Better.
More! Need more! Carry me!
Carry you.
Need...
Oh man, this is gonna be exciting talk. This is gonna be a good discussion. It's gonna be fun. This is why I love Destiny 2 lore. It's so cool.
More! Now!
And this is why I'm kind of happy that I've come into the game at this point of the game. Because there's just gonna be so much to digest. Did I miss any? Did I miss any? Okay, no. Okay, so this part I'm okay with. It's just finding the final two. Okay, so that's 12. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my gosh! Oh! Woo! 13. Oh, come on. 13. Okay. Oh, that can be... Yeah, that's actually a good trick. I didn't realize that. Just use strand. Oh! Oh! Oh, yeah! Oh my gosh! Okay. Okay. I got it. I'm making all these crazy sound effects this morning. Alright.
Literally, more! Need more! Carry me!
Carry you.
Need... Quick relief!
Slow and steady. Yeah, for sure. I definitely had it there. I definitely had it. I just a small misjudgment on my part. I should have waited just a little bit more on the last jump. Okay. This part we're fine. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely try and use my strand now. I didn't realize I could potentially use it. I thought I had to just hold this thing and run with it. But now that you mention it, I can actually just use strand for certain things. Oh, that makes it so much easier now. Okay, here we go. Okay, so 12. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's actually kind of scary. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. 13. Okay. So Defiance, okay, Lightfall comes before Season of the Witch. Defiance, Deep, Witch, and Wish are all post Lightfall. So Savathun wasn't around until basically the start of the current season. Is this some kind of Star Wars type of vibe now? Where they're like giving us the story in a very like backwards method? That sounds very Star Wars like. Oh! I got scared there. I just need to make sure I touch it and I'm out. Oh! No! Ooh! Ooh! Okay. Okay, okay, okay. One. Come on, man! I wasn't... I swear I had that. The way that was described, I don't know, now this is giving me Star Wars vibes where it's like, we had like the original trilogy, and then we had the prequel, and now we're at the end game.
Any better?
More!
There's no way. I swore I had that too.
Quick, really! Hurry!
Like the odd spike just kills me. Okay, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Just like Commander says, slow and steady, right? Slow and steady. No need to rush. We got this. The path has already been set. Okay, so 12. Okay, watch out for this guy. Okay, that's 13. Okay, run around here. Alright. 3 more to go. Okay, you know what? Get this one first. Yeah, there you go. Get the hardest one out of the way, and then now we're cooking. That scared me. Yeah, there you go.
Sweet relief.
Glad you're feeling better.
Only
Better.
temporary. Deception Queen ran away. No surprise.
Okay.
A momentary lapse of judgment, nothing more.
Mara, what happened?
A story for later. First, we need to ensure the parasite's stability. Deep in Savathun's palace, you'll find hive light.
Passageway nearby will guide.
Lead the way.
Lead the way. Didn't die there. I was scared for my life. Guardian games are awesome, but Warlock always wins. Speaking of which, did you guys read the TWID this week? Are you guys excited for the for the Guardian games. Looking forward to it. I think it's happening the same day as the when the patch goes live, the new patch. Oh. Oh! I just saw that. Hold on a second. Okay, so go back to where it was. Okay, so I see footprints. Oh. Yo, Moise, good to see you. How are you doing? These guys are taking a bath. Or they were taking a bath. How are things? How are things? I swear, guys, this Parasite mission, although it was really worthwhile because we got to know more about Marasov, I was like, can we just get this Parasite
Got heavy light readings.
dum-dum out of the way?
Take the cryptoglyph and fill it with that energy.
And what about you?
I'm here in the throne world, headed to the ritual site. Meet me there once you've gathered the energy.
Pretty good. Started this new show called Shogun. Think I might like it. Is it a samurai driven, is it samurai inspired? By the name itself, it sounds very, very Japanese. Do I jump into it? Okay, I guess I destroy it. Game of Thrones, but samurai? Okay. And what's this on? Is this on the flicks of the net? Or is this on OBH? This I'm saying it backwards. Oh, Hulu. Okay. I've never actually signed up for Hulu before. It's always usually been Flatnex or Flixnet or OBH. How's it been for me? It's been great, man. Honestly, I've been like super happy, just enjoying this Destiny 2 journey and just life in general. I'm just feeling good. I just feel like I don't know, I found my stride with this game. This game gives me so much as far as like my freedom to create. All the things that I was good at are just, they're amplified now in this game. So all the things that I learned from previous games, I just put it into Destiny, and it's just been fun. And because I'm happy, I can share that joy with everyone else. So overall, I'd say life is good, man. Life is good. What's all this? Like, this game really has changed everything for me. I'll be very honest. And in the best way. I've been wanting to make more content for it, but I figured, you know what? I think now would be a good time to just kind of just have fun with the game. Not focus too much on trying to make too much content too early on. because I want to really take everything in as I go. And if I rush to make too much content, as opposed to just enjoying the journey, I don't know, it wouldn't feel authentic, you know? But I really am excited to make content for this game, as I've already started with my journey. This whole series, I think, is just content in itself. And it's been fun to share my journey and explore different avenues of this game. It's a beautiful thing. What group content? Honestly, I wanted to just talk lore today, but if anything, we can just do like legendary dares run. I didn't really have anything in mind. I was so caught up in the lore that I wasn't thinking about anything else other than just talking lore and just getting your, like, hearing all y'all, your thoughts on lore and stuff. And then, like, during that whole entire time, we can just jump into some dares and, you know, just have a good time while we talk. Because last week we went pretty ham with the PvP stuff, which was nice. And I think this week I want to go back to just something more chill. Why? Because not everybody is PvP, you know? Am I missing something? What am I missing? So if you want to just come in the VC and just chill, by all means. Okay, I must be missing something. There must be an enemy or something I'm missing. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna use the Occam's razor theory that the most obvious thing is perhaps the one answer you're looking for. Right there. See? Occam's freaking razor, man. Done. Alright, so this is probably the same thing too. More enemies. Oh, these eyeballs? That's fine though. This machine gun is crazy. This machine gun actually just tears everything apart. Oh, did I not get the last diamond? Oh, there it is. There you go.
Hive don't suffer thieves. Here they come.
Here they
Get
come.
out of there. Now would be a good time for another shortcut worm.
Okay, so this is just escape now? Alright. Alright, so in other words, just run. No time to fight. We're out of here. Uh-oh. Open sesame? Reveal? Oh my gosh. Or portal hopping. I think next week we'll go back to like our regular schedule, like group stuff with the raids and dungeons.
Mara, we're here. What now?
Place the parasite inside the space. Then you must recite the first incantation. Oh no.
The
wrong?
incantation is oh no.
Many of them, attracted by the presence of our parasitic friend, no doubt. Start the ritual now.
But we don't know the incantation.
I must do everything. Put me down. I'll recite.
Wait, is Ghost VA the same as the Sabaton worm?
Keep me alive.
I don't know why they sound so similar.
Ow! Dying here, Guardian. Stay close.
Oh. Where are you? Alright, once I see all the hordes come out, it's machine gun time. I'm gonna grab this for today. I'll grab this for now. Scored! There you go. I was gonna say, where are you? Whoa! Alright, it's time. The way these bullets sound, I don't know why in my brain. I don't like the look of it. I don't
That really took it out of me.
Incantation's complete. But the worm is dying again.
Oh no.
Mara, not to be harsh, but what's going on with you?
Before coming to you, I sought information about the voice in the dark.
Is it just me?
The witness.
Or was anyone else not
What I
expecting
found?
Sabaton's worm to sound like this?
Well,
I
you
definitely
could say I was granted a personal viewing of our
I
impending
definitely did
doom
not
at the
expect
hands of the
this
witness.
worm to sound the way that it does either.
Poisons, piercing my mind and thoughts. I didn't know what to do. I had no plan. I was afraid. I remain haunted. Unsure
Alright,
of the
you guys
next
gotta go.
move. But it must be made, regardless.
Man, I feel for Marasov in this. Oh. Did I make the right choice? Okay, I think I did. Okay, good. I was worried. I was like, oh no. Wait a minute. We're right back to where we started. I was honestly expecting the worm to sound like evil. Not like some... What? Alright then. I guess that's definitely not the right way. Yeah, I was expecting like some very
Not to be
demonic
harsh,
sounding
but
worm.
What's going on with you?
Before coming to you, I sought information about
Just sounds
the
like
voice
some-
in the dark. The witness.
Dork.
What I found?
Some sickly dork worm.
Well,
Help
you could
me.
say I was granted a personal viewing of our impending doom at the hands of the witness. Its poisons, piercing my mind and thoughts. I didn't know what to do. I had no plan. I was afraid.
Oh, I gotta go up.
I remain haunted, unsure of the next.
I almost
But
dropped that
it
worm.
must be made, regardless.
There we go. You guys gotta go. What else are you watching nowadays, Moise? Struggle bus. Yeah, I definitely thought sinister, you know, something that's very fitting of what Sabathun represents. I'm just hearing like, help me, help me. Like, definitely caught me off guard. Gotta carry this dumb worm all the way back. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna skip you guys. You guys are getting skipped. You too. Oh! I almost fell off there. Alright, there we are.
Over here! We lack time. The Scorn send their strongest yet. Bring everything to me.
There's your worm.
Mara, you don't have to do this. There must be another way.
Just trust
There was this murder mystery on a boat called Death and Other Details, but that one kind of lost steam. What about me? I've just been watching
What is this?
a lot of Japanese
What have
culture
you
stuff.
done?
what I said I'd do. Provide you with a host. Though I guess this is really more of a
And
prison
just-
of light.
You know, Destiny 2
Not what
lore.
we agreed.
Enough, worm. You'll live. Just like you wanted.
Yeah, nothing too crazy.
The Scorn. They see the worm as an
As far as
asset.
shows, I haven't really been watching shows that
They'll
much.
not relent until they have it.
I've been more studying
Take the
Japanese
weapon,
and whatnot.
use it against them.
Let's
I need to
go.
finish the ritual or we risk our parasitic friend escaping.
Marasov, the queen. Long live the queen. I bow to thee. Ritual completed? Alright, well, time to get my ritual on. Uh-oh. I spent too much time lingering. Alright, parasite. Oh boy. Alright, time to beat y'all to a pulp. Okay. I guess I just stand here. This is a pretty good grenade launcher, I gotta say. It's got some really good blast radius on it. Of course, these guys are trying to... Whoa, my gosh! Kills with other weapons and abilities, charge up your next worm shot? Oh! In that case... Charge this. Ooh. That's what we use to burst down A-tracks? Oh, really? Say no more. Say no more. I can see why this weapon is pretty ridiculous. If you get hit in the radius of your shot, it buffs the damage of your other weapons too? What? So close enough to get the buff, but not so close you'll get all the damage and die? Oh my gosh. Okay. Gonna have to work with this one. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh. Hello? Hello? There we go. I don't know how I didn't die there, to be honest. They literally just ramsacked me there. They were huddled in a corner. I don't know how I did not die. Ah, the worm byproduct, and then the worm's hunger.
Not quite. Our little friend here still owes us information.
Me? Make good? After your deception?
Perhaps you'd prefer my earlier
Your proposition of your insides lining the floor.
Hunger goes up to
Always
20
right.
times 20 for
I
damage bonus?
Have information, but only this. No
Byproduct is the
more.
damage boost.
Ever. Truth you seek. Humanity's collapse. Even the witness deceived. The Witch Queen did its bidding.
Oh?
Earned its trust. Rode alongside to apocalypse. Watched many burn. But the witness turned a violent gaze to Traveler. Witch Queen projected lies, clever deceptions.
The Witch Queen, baby.
Shadow.
Savathun, the Witch Queen.
Tides turned. Witness sent away. Back amongst the stars.
I'm gonna use this rocket launcher more. Or sorry, GL more.
Savathun deceived the witness? Is she the reason humanity survived?
Savathun!
Not the reason.
A reason.
Not for humanity, but for Traveler. My promise delivered. Will say no more. Ever.
Consider the deal upheld. This is exactly what we sought.
Telling you, man, Savathun is she's gonna come back. I feel she's gonna come back and do some big things. Now I can't wait for Final Shape.
Getting their hands on the information it holds. I must leave. Parasite, it's been
Spare me.
gladly.
No, don't leave. Oh no. I was just getting to know you. Yay. We got this weapon. Cool. So we can keep this locked. I'm not getting rid of this. So now I actually have more to use. Even though I despise GL, it's actually... I'll just pretend in my brain that it's a rocket launcher. just to deceive myself. It's just a rocket launcher. I'll have to run that for a DSC when we do 8 tracks again. We'll definitely do that. All right. I'm definitely keeping that in mind. Because that was pretty dope. That damage was insane. That thing killed off like a whole bunch of hordes within just a blink of an eye. Oh, I'm so close to my stasis trigger being calibrated. 195. I need to play more over the weekend maybe. All right. So... time to open up the VC for some of that lore chat. I'm so close. Yeah, very, very close. I need to be doing some gambits and vanguards. Maybe we can run some gambits too. So I'm going to open the VC now. So, can talk some lore. Maybe go into the MC chat. There you go. If y'all want to join in on the lore, hop right in. In the meantime, I gotta calibrate. I literally have... Okay, so I have to complete Ops, Gambit, and Crucible matches? Alright, so that's literally a couple of Gambits then. So if y'all want to join in the VC and talk lore, by all means. If not, I'll just continue with my chill day. Today is usually the community day. We just do fun things. And I thought, you know what? Today can just be a day to talk lore. What am I doing here? Didn't I just click on Gambit? I clicked on Gambit, right? Or did I not? Maybe I didn't. I must have gone somewhere else. I swear in my brain I clicked Gambit. Something very similar happened to you in game. You clicked on something. So you clicked on starting a master lost sector from the flag outside of it, and it launched you into a lightfall? Yeah, I was like, what? I know I clicked Gambit. That's why I was like, what the? Why am I back here? My brain just couldn't comprehend that for a second. It's like the Mandela effect. It never happened. It was never there. It was all in your head the entire time. Like that whole, what's it called? The whole Jiffy peanut butter. The Mandela effect is kicked in. Yeah, that's what yeah, exactly. Yeah, what the F were the Bernstein Bears? Yeah, like what? Like I know these things existed. I watched them as a kid. They never existed. But I saw them. No, you didn't. You thought you did. And I'm like, I know there was Jiffy peanut butter. Nope. It's not. I know there is. Yeah, that's what I thought too. It was literally the Bernstein Bears. S-T-E-I-N. I was like, what? What is going on? I know for a fact that as a kid, I literally saw Bernstein Bears. Even when if the Scholastic books, I swore it had them. Bernstein Bears. Not once did I ever see an A in there. There has to be some sort of glitch. There's a glitch happening. I'm not the only one. There are likely millions of people out there, like us, who knew it was Bernstein Bears. Ain't no way that happened. Gotta be some sort of, yeah, there's gotta be a glitch in the Matrix somewhere. Something's toying with us. Has to be. Now this game is doing the same thing. Like, no, you didn't click on Gambit. You clicked on the world. You went back to Sabathun's throne world. No, I didn't. I know I clicked Gambit. No, you didn't. Don't you lie to me. Bungie gaslighting us. Okay, let me see if I can, let me use Hung Jury and
The hive died just like
okay, let me go and use my Mercado. And I'm gonna use Ariana here. You don't want to stop playing. You want to buy things in Eververse. Wait, what? Who said that? No one said anything. You're just hearing things. Let's gather our 5 points so we can get this calibration done. And I think there's one more calibration too, if I'm not mistaken. I believe.
Hostiles incoming at the burrow.
I think there are 3 steps to the cryosthesia. No. Right back at you. Eat that.
Sending small blocker.
Okay, let's get. I want to get used to this gun. I really do. This is my sniper rifle. I want to practice hitting my shots. Okay, this is like a good peeking gun. First glance is a damage bonus on the left of your screen. Is that when I... Oh! Ooh, okay. I didn't see that. It goes away if you miss, but stays the whole mag if it's all crits. Oh, wow. Okay, that's new to me. That I did not even realize.
Watch your back. Invader incoming.
Okay, let's try and test this against the invader. If I can hit 2 good crit shots on this... Oh, he's down already. Never mind. That invader died. But let's see if I can do it.
This is what the Taken feel.
Oh, I almost had him. I almost 2-tapped him. He was hiding.
High value target. Burn it down. 10 seconds.
Oh. If I hit that second shot, that would have been actually a solid 2-tapper there.
Invaders here. Brace yourself.
Uh-oh.
Envoys eliminated. Focus on the prime evil.
Alright. Oh, he's right behind me. So Ariana's also gets a damage buff from Lucky Pants? Ooh.
Enemy invader down.
Oh yeah, because of the hand cannon buff, right? Just lay it all on him.
Prime evil compromised. Burn it down.
I need to actually get some more ammo here.
Watch your back. Invader incoming.
Where's the invader? Maybe we can... I saw him. Where is he at? Oh, he popped his super.
Invader's gone. Get him next time.
So it isn't used as much as the faster hand cannons. Faster stack up is more effective, but it's still a thing. Haven't seen any damage numbers on it in quite a while.
That prime evil's compromised. Hit it with
I think it's
everything
because a
you
lot...
got.
Was it like really... a really highly used weapon before?
Sometimes
Because I read that like not many people really used it because they didn't really know how to. I think a lot of people were expecting it to be used as an actual hand cannon, but it's really supposed to be used as like
Nice work.
sniper slash
Talk about that fight all
like
the way
almost
over
like a
to
bow,
Terran shore.
where you just want to be
Soon as I tell him.
taking your time with every single shot. At least to me, that's what it feels like. It feels more like a sniper rifle slash bow in one. And it's not just like a typical hand cannon where you can just go boom, boom, boom. It's kind of like, all right, let me just wait for you to peek. And if you peek even just one time, that's 100 impact in your head. And if I can two-tap you, you're crushed. It needs some buffs, honestly. It doesn't one-shot barriers in Grandmaster unless maybe first glance plus crit. But it's been held back behind Arby and then Wish Ender. Because Arby does the same thing, right? Where it just cracks barriers. Other anti-barrier options have edged it out for endgame PvE. Okay. Wish Ender does it with primary. Got you. So PvE wise, it's not necessarily the greatest.
Sure.
Good thing I got my Arby though. Oh, this is not bad. So now I just have the catalyst for it, and all I have to do is just kill targets. Oh, that's not bad. That's good. That means anything. Okay, good. And in PvP, despite being a special weapon, it needs 2 shots to the head to kill. Oh, unlike a shotgun, it's like a 1 shot, right? For a shotty. It's been used for swapping, 1 shot with Ariana's, clean up with something else, but otherwise I haven't seen it get much use. Or a sniper. Sniper is 1 shot to the head. So are you saying I should opt for a sniper instead? Because 1 shots are always nice. Because I do technically have my indebted for my special slot. And I can bring out my Idu Kanji for my sniper. Because bows don't 1 shot, right? Because usually if I hit someone in the head with a bow, they get dinked. But like half their life is gone. Okay, if I'm going special. Okay, except Tiku, but that needs priming. Okay, well, this is why this is why I'm on the Tiku boat, because Tiku is just really good. Alright, so maybe I'll opt for a sniper then. And I guess for hand cannons, I guess I'll put... For hand cannon, I guess I'll keep... what did I have? If I want to play hand cannon... Yes, 84, 92, 56, 52. I guess I can go with... I'll try it out. I haven't really given it a shot, but I'll try Warden's Law out. And then... As for... So I have my shoddy though. I do have the Wishbringer, which is crazy. But I may have to bring out a sniper. What do I have? Oh, Ikelos, Last Foray. Interesting. Surprisingly, I don't have them. I would have loved to use Borealis. Okay, Borealis is still a 1 shot though, right? Tiku's inverts the bow kill pressure. Normally people can just stop peeking after the first half of damage. Tiku's keeps the 1 shot pressure until that perk runs out, which in high-end PvP lasts longer than people are used to with the recovery. When fast recovery is meta in PvP, shutting them out for a re-peeking without risking getting 1 shot. Yeah, that's why I love Tiku's. But yeah, go ahead. No worries, no worries. No worries for the BRB. No worries for the BRB. I'm just gonna vibe. I'm gonna try and get my cryoesthesia up then. I guess in that case, I'll probably run... I'll run my Amit, and I'll run my cryo. So I can work with it in gambits. And I'll get some bounties here while I'm at it. Scout rifle. Ooh. Shotgun. Rockets. Kinetic.
Done and done.
Okay, advanced bow.
Stay out of sight.
I'll go to whatchamacallit. Go to Drifter real quick. Alright. So let's see what we can work with. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to be running with. I don't think I'm going to have to really ever run with any other bow. I'm more consistent now when it comes to using Tiku. The more I use it, the more comfortable I feel with it. And everything else I just put to the side. I think everything else I'll use for like PvE. Even Le Mans. Or actually no, maybe Le Mans I'll take out from time to time. If I feel the urge to use it. But I think with Tiku plus Knucklehead radar is just too effective. Hip fire just auto aims at you. And then the moment I hit you, I'm tracking you. So if you peek again, I know where you are. I can just hunt you. But I think the combination of bow sniper is probably not good. I think if I was to go in that route, I would just rock like bow shotgun then. And if I wanted to go with a sniper, I'd probably just go like AR sniper. That'll probably be the combo. That'll likely be my go-to. Because Borealis is kind of nice. I haven't used Borealis in a while. Because every other sniper that I do have, I mean, I guess I could take off... I mean, Volta Bracket I have. Explosive payload. Yeah, my Volta Bracket is actually kind of nice. And I can craft it too, which is good. Explosive payload, triple tap. Keep away. So what else do I have? Idu Kanji. Yeah, I'll probably put my Volta Bracket back in. Yeah, I'm gonna practice with my Volta again. Haven't used it in a hot minute. And it has nanotech tracer rockets on it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna run this. And it's strand too, which is even better. So I actually have a strand option now that I can run. Now I've got my scout rifle. So I have one... Okay, so 2 pulse. AR. AR. Scout. Sniper. SMG just to have 1. And then 2 sidearms. Then AR. 1 shotty. Sidearm. Scout. Pulse. I probably might take off centrifuge. I don't know. I haven't really been using it as frequently as... Because I honestly, I love the age-old. And according to my doc, like my Google Doc, or my Excel doc, I actually have enough ARs. So I don't really need to have too many. Because I have 1 for each category. So Tiger Spite, what frame is it again? Tiger Spite is precision. So I have 2 precision frames. And crate is a... is it fast frame? Rapid fire, yeah. Rapid fire. Rapid fire frame. And then centrifuge, I guess that would be considered... What frame is this? it's 450 rounds per minute, so maybe like precision frame. This is for, yeah, so I guess, yeah, it's probably precision frame. So I have 3 precision frame ARs. I don't know if I really want that. Because my Amit right now is cooked. My Amit right now is actually juiced. I have level 29. Both my dynamic sway and incandescent are buffed up now. Age-old bond is high impact. My crate's my rapid fire. So I have 3 classes of AR that I can swap between. And so far, which is surprising, my high impact frame has been the most as far as my kills. But then again, I haven't really used my Amit. Or I haven't kept track of it. But I did get a lot of kills with it. Yeah, I guess we'll stick with... but then what would be a substitute for centrifuge if I was going to go that route? So I have scout, sidearm... Yeah, I'm going to think about that one, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty much my sentiment too. That was my sentiment too, because bow and sniper are arguably the same thing. It's just one just gives you that shot, that one shot potential. The other one you have to be a little bit more. You have to wait for your draw, but they technically are the same.
Cabal on the field.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's why I want to get better at sniping as well. Because having a sniper is just super effective from range, especially, well, it depends on the maps too. I think it was like Volosk. Volosk, that map is really good for sniping. It's map and then also the mode. The mode is also one thing to consider too. Probably should have brought out my... We know what I could use? My sky burner? Oh, you know what I can do? Hold up, I'm gonna bring my sky burner out. Ooh, I haven't used this boy in a minute. But I know when he comes out, he is cooking. Ooh, we're gonna go in with this one. Ooh, because the Cabal are here too. Ooh. Alright. But this thing hits hard against these boys. Oh, I was just there. Oh, the game bugged out again. It always happens in Gambit, where the audio just completely goes nuts. It doesn't even work. It stops working.
Your allies invading the other side. Portals prime. Go make a mess. Your invaders down and out. They're heading back.
So weird.
Invader on the field. Careful.
Okay, I got 10.
Enemy invader is down. You can breathe now. Hostiles incoming at the base. You're bleeding moats, sister. Whack the blocker.
There's literally no sound.
Track it down. Medium blocker heading over.
Hold on. Yeah, and so going back to the whole sniper bow thing, I think the reason why I prefer bows is because bows give you that freedom, right? Because you can technically hip fire, and you can always be you can always be on the move technically. Whereas with a sniper, like once you're committed, you're kind of like you're in there.
They win this. Enemy invaded down.
And that's like the only thing that I have to work on at times.
It's not over. Kill that primeval.
But yeah, like you said, Enrico, some snipers hit really, really hard.
The other side.
And so I definitely want to get better with them, because I know that if I use them on certain maps that really benefit,
Brace yourself.
that really benefit the map, I think I'd be really, really good. And just having like
Down.
having that versatility, I think, in weapon use is always good. Oh, that guy just saw him.
Enemy invader is down. You can breathe.
Nice. Alright, let's see if we can try and get a 4-piece. Last game I got a 4-piece with this gun. Let's see if we can try and get a 4-piece again. Oh, never mind. Something was shooting me from behind. I got distracted. Unless it was the same guy.
You're being invaded. Find them before they find you. Enemy invader down. Free to hunt.
Okay, I'll do a round 2. Once it opens, I'm going in.
Opposing team's about to win.
I'm just waiting for that portal to open.
Primeval compromised. Burn it down. That primeval's not long for this world. Burn it down.
Ooh, that was so close. That was literally neck and neck toward the end. Really neck and neck there. Yeah, I shouldn't be reluctant to use snipers. I guess we're just so comfortable using bows, and because of how flexible they can be, since like you said, the biggest benefit that a bow has is that it's infinite ammo. Whereas with a sniper, I have to be more cognizant of when I get my ammo. Because the moment I have nothing for this, I'm basically a sitting duck. Whereas with bow, I can just keep on shooting you, and if I hit my shots, they're essentially cooked. Okay, well, speaking of which, let me try it. Let me go into competitive. What? Ooh, what's this? What do we get? Oh, alloy. Yeah. Same, Ellie. I feel the same way. Like whenever I can just aim and let go of the mouse rather than having to tap it. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. That's why again, even with the final warning, it kind of feels similar. Where I hold the mouse, and the moment I see ahead, I let go. Versus, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, like our brains, I don't know how to describe it, but like, if I see ahead and I'm holding the mouse button down, my brain reacts faster to seeing someone's head and letting go of the mouse than if I were to press the mouse. It's like the action of pressing it is somewhat slower than, for me personally, than if I were to just release the mouse. I don't know how to explain that. It definitely feels, it feels seamless to me, like second nature. I guess it's I don't know. I guess it's because of the anticipation. I don't know what the word would be. Like, I'm standing there with the sniper, in anticipation of seeing you, and so my finger trigger, or my trigger finger, is like itching to be pressed, versus when I hold down the mouse, I'm already committed, so my brain has less to think about other than head peek, boop. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should... Yeah, I need to work on my cryo too. So I got some things. I got to work on my Rat King and my cryo now. How many kills do you need for this? I know there's about like I think 1,000 for Rat King from last time I checked. And then with cryo, I'm not too sure if it's the same. Yeah, no worries, Enrico. It's all good. Yeah, if you guys need to do something, by all means. I'm not rushing. I think this whole week, I'll be honest, I think everyone this week has just been kind of busy, which is why it's been a lot quieter than usual, which is totally fine. Because I know Gramps, for example, his schedule changed, so he couldn't really come through in the mornings. And then of course with you, Ellie, like you said, your schedule was in conflict. So I feel like there's just a shift in scheduling for a lot of people. Because I haven't seen Ducky either in a while. But then again, she's got her family to take care of, so... I don't stress when people don't show up. Or if it's quiet, rather. So I'm gonna get rid of that for now. I could try Borealis, and then that way I can opt for... No, you know what? We should be good. Because running 2 snipes... I could do that. 2 snipes, 1 bow. Maybe get rid of Centrifuge, because I haven't really... I mean, it's good for PvE. But then I have Amit, and Amit has Incandescent. And that thing can still cook everything. So maybe I take that off. And then we go with Borealis, and I'll just practice with it and see if I can try and make it work. What gun do I not want to be using here? I want to delete a gun. Is it the same? It is the same. Okay, I'll get rid of one of these. My harsh language, I have like 3 of these with the same rolls. Oops. Okay. Yo, Walter. How are you, brother? Good to see you. How's your day been? I feel like Crucible, no one's really playing until March 5th or something. Even last night I was waiting for a long time. And I usually play at peak hours in Japan. Like around maybe 7 or 8. And I had the same waiting time. So either people are just not playing competitive until the new patch drops, or this matchmaking is just needs some work. Maybe both. Okay, so let me remove Centrifuge from my list. Because I just don't really need to have Centrifuge that much anymore. Just don't think I need to have that many ARs to be used. Just a handful should be enough. Yeah, and if I need to add it back in, I'll add it back in later. I also used... Oh, you know what I should probably add in then? Harad C isn't too bad. Harad C is actually a high impact frame like age old. It's a stasis gun. That could actually be a substitute just to have a balance. Because I have precision with Amit, age old's high impacts, Tiger Spite's precision, Crate is rapid fire. But maybe, yeah, I have 2 precision, 2 impact. 1 for each slot. So age old is for energy. And Harad C could be for stasis. I gotta figure that one out. I'll use my other characters' inventories for storage on Dim. My Titan is my weapons on standby that I still use a lot. Warlock has a bunch of infusion fodder. Yeah, I literally just... I throw whatever I don't need up in there. And if I ever need it again, I just come back to it. Because I don't think I'm ever really gonna... Like, it's never really a must pick for me, Centrifuge. I used it when I was playing with the Frosties build, just because it really paired well. But I had my fun with that, and I was like, eh. Now that I have Amit where it is, Amit's really solid. It's probably like one of my more used. And then Age-Old Bond is really fun to use. Yo, Jack, welcome back. You want to hop in VC? Okay, after this Crucible is done, because I gotta focus a little bit. Okay, so Pacifica, I don't want to use a sniper here. I'll be very honest. I'd rather use a sidearm here. It's pretty close quarters.
Detonate the charges, and this round is yours.
Okay, I'm gonna go toward this. I mean, I could technically use it, but I just don't like the sights on this map for a sniper.
1 minute left. You're attacking. Let's see it.
Okay, I definitely got hit there.
Charge set. Now hold the line.
And watch his door. Oh, he scared me.
You're on offense. Charges.
That guy literally said, let me just skip playing guns. He just ran into me.
Good.
Woo! Set that charge, boys.
Charge set. Now to battle.
Maybe that wasn't the best place to charge. Okay, let's keep an eye. Nice.
Good. The Cabal makes such wonderful toys.
All right. Not bad, not bad.
Hold the line. Defend those charges.
Okay, now I have to defend. Actually, you know what? Maybe this line of sight isn't terrible. I could snipe from here if I wanted.
1 minute. Hold them off.
I'm not even gonna run in there. Okay.
Seconds. Defense is everything.
Oh, yeah, he came from behind. Oh, man. I had that duel there.
Enemy charge has been set.
I had that duel for sure. That was in the bag. Oh, he was definitely just camping up there. Nice. Good defuse. Good defuse there.
Enemy approaching. Defend the charges or defeat your opponents. Your
Got him.
enemy can't kill if they're dead.
Got him. The moment I see a head, I just
Don't
shoot.
spend all that ammo
That's it.
in one place.
The moment I see a head or a body, I'm just tracking you.
Enemy has set a charge. Make them regret that.
Oh man, I had the whole team. I actually cooked the whole team there. Oh no! Wait, what happened
Enemy
there?
has detonated the charge.
Oh, I guess it detonated. Too late there.
Set the charges and protect them with your life.
I'm gonna try and go to the right hand side. Actually, this one's not the greatest place to set, I'll be honest. I have to wait for them to peek.
1 minute. You're on the attack.
Yep. Oh, that was a good shot. I had a feeling someone was there. I knew someone was up there.
Charge set.
Perfect.
Now hold the
That's
line.
actually a good bait though. Me being there was actually the best bait because now it forced him to run over here and he used up his ability over there. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, you could have res me there. Nice.
Set the charges and protect them with your life.
Yeah, this is probably the best situation here.
Charge set. Now hold the line.
And play this corner. Oh, I should have went hep bar there.
Your charge is diffused.
Oh, somebody was already there. Okay.
Match point. They're wavering. Topple them.
Okay, where's the best place? I think I'm gonna go... Where's my teammates going? I think if we go over here, should be good. Yeah.
1 minute. All I ask is that you
I've got my
hold them
super,
off.
so we should be good. Just keep them away for now while they plant.
Double down.
Plant it, boys, plant it! Or we defend. Oh, sorry, never mind. Yeah, I gotta defend for now.
Enemy has set a charge. Defuse it.
Nice, got it. Let's go. Survivor's Epitaph.
And Zavala said Cabal bombs would make
GG, GG. GG, that was a good one. Okay, so my Amit game was pretty solid. How many kills did I get that whole game? Full results. I have 19. So I think out of that 19, I probably had like, what, 3... I'd say 3 or 4 kills with the cryo. So let's say 15 kills with the Amit. 15 kills with... I gotta mark that down. 15 kills with the Amit. 15... And how many deaths did I have there? Oh, it goes by so fast. I can't even calculate things. But I'd say that my... Where is it? Where's my cryo? So cryo, I'd say 4 kills there. Out of the 19. Did anyone see how many deaths I got? GG, yes. Press W. Oh, so good. Okay, perfect. So 9. Oh, see, this is the thing about that particular mode. It only tells me how many people I've defeated, but it doesn't show me my deaths. I would have loved if they gave you the deaths too, because I know I died a handful of times. Yeah, one sec, Jack. One sec. I gotta do this real quick. Patience, my brother. Patience. So, yeah, I wish it would tell you in this. It only tells you in certain modes, like in the detonation mode. It only tells you charges set and detonated. But then in other, what's it called? In other modes, it tells you like, okay, kills 15, deaths like 5. So I can only make the assumption. Yeah, I guess in this case, I know that I had more kills with the Amit though. That's 100%. So that's why I put 15, roughly 15 kills with the Amit, 4 kills with the sidearm. What's up, Beast Mode? Good to see you. But yeah, death-wise, it'd be good to know my death so I can actually have a statistic. I'll say, by assumption, based on the amount of kills I got, I didn't die that much with my Amit, so I'll say like 15 kills, maybe 5 deaths, and then I'll put like Cryosthesia 4 kills, I'm gonna say like 3 deaths, probably. I don't even know, I'm just gonna put it out there. But I know I died less that game. So KD wise, I have to calculate my KD here. So this, and then what is it? So I'm gonna show you guys what I'm doing. I'm doing the math right now, basically. Oh, it tells you on Destiny Tracker? Oh, okay. I gotta definitely check that out then. Cause I didn't know that it didn't tell you that. So this is what I had. My if statement is basically if my KD is high or above 1, it should be green. So I need to copy this code, put it up there, because this should be green. Yeah. And then this is, so this should be, so 1.33, and then this should be also green. Yeah, so far my KD statistic for most of my guns have been pretty good. They've all been above 1 KD, which is not bad. Not bad. So far, I've got a lot of kills with the Amit. Age Old was my second, or my first, actually. Tiger Spite, I didn't really use that much yet. Herod, I got to use more. And surprisingly, I didn't use my crate. But I guess it's the beginning of the month, so. Finishing on the Throne World. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. That means... Oh, Osteos and Void. Did I put that there? Oh, okay. I must have done that by accident. Good looking out for that. Good eye. I don't know why I put Void there. Did the stream go down for anyone else? Is the stream down? Are we still goody or? Okay, so I think overall, not bad. Overall, not bad. Also, Andrew, good to see you as always. It's a pleasure. Alright, so I'm gonna open VC. We're gonna talk some lore stuff. Hello, hello, hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me, Jack? Are you good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Right, let me go through. I'm gonna actually go to just a chill spot for now, because we were talking lore earlier, and I know that last night, I guess you saw my comments in the Discord, so you're like, oh,
Yeah.
gotta talk about it.
Because the thing with Savathun is that she wants to protect the unit, or is more focused on protecting the universe from the final shape. But if we hadn't killed her and the Traveler hadn't gone back to the last city, we're kind of like the Green Lanterns from DC, where we, in the Traveler is our big Green Lantern. Without it, we eventually will run out of light.
Hmm. So you're saying that it
Leaving
was
us, and also, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then we'd be at the mercy of the Witness. Then we'd be at the mercy of the Witness because we wouldn't have our light, and any other enemy we would probably be basically the second collapse would happen pretty quickly.
Interesting.
Because the Traveler, the Witness would see that and just take advantage of that.
So you're saying that basically it was almost like intended for us to lose the Traveler at that moment after the fight.
It's more like what you're saying about how what people are saying about how the Traveler chose her to protect it, which is, yeah, correct. But yeah, just
Yeah. I definitely had my thoughts about the whole Ikora thing. Just kind of, it was brought to my attention.
Yeah.
Because for one of the reasons why I thought that was I guess one of the in my brain when I watched it again, because when I was playing it, I was in such a high that I didn't really pay attention to what was being said. So I was watching Evase's video, and while going back and rewatching and hearing the voice lines, and then seeing the argument between Zavala and Ikora after the fact, and then after we beat Savathun.
Was that the one where Zavala was getting mad that the Traveler gave Savathun the light?
Yeah, so there's like an argument between the two, and then Ikora was trying to tell him like, hey, this was what we wanted to do, or you know, I couldn't give you all the details, and so I had to do it. And Zavala was kind of upset about that, and then Eris was right there as well. And so at that moment I was like, well, why? Like, I've never seen an argument that severe between those two. Typically, it's kind of mutual in terms of their agreements. And so at that moment, I was like, okay, why?
I forget. Yeah. I think it was just part of her character development that she was like trying to not have Zavala as much involved in her decisions and needing his oversight, because like before when Cade was still around, it was I don't exactly remember, but yeah, it was
Right.
basically something changed with her after Cade died in how she like approached decision making.
Hmm. Okay, so she basically wanted her own independence from Zavala, since he was almost like the commander in charge, right?
That's one way to go about it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um.
Interesting. Okay, hold on. For context,
Mhm.
what I'll do is I'll bring up the video I was watching
Mhm.
on the lore.
Just share your screen because I don't want double string.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't want to delay. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So let me share it on. Is the stream okay, guys? Are we good on Kick and YouTube, or are we like are we struggling out there? Just let me know. I think you can see this video. Just let me know if you can
Thank
see.
you.
Yeah, yeah. Are we still struggling out there or what? Gotta find this point then. Because we gotta like go through a lot of these. Settled out? Okay. You're good? Okay. So this is where the Witch Queen started. So the reason why I wanted to go back and rewatch was because like in the moment you're so wrapped up in the action that a lot of the narrative gets kind of overlooked.
Yeah.
And so I went back, and at this point we knew that Savathun's memories were obviously manipulated by the witness. So we knew that the witness had already tried to take advantage of Savathun, which then ultimately
No.
led.
Okay. That's not completely correct, because the thing is, as a guardian, when you get resurrected, you lose all your memories. And what happened with Savathun when she got what happened there? You know.
Right. Because then what happened was we were essentially led.
She lost her memories.
Right. She lost her memories, and then we were the ones who essentially brought those memories back to her at the very end, right? And and so at the end of the fight, I'm trying to go back to a specific point to kind of see.
To the safety of her throne world and seal it away. Ikora tells us that the witness is responsible for our planet's disappearing and not the darkness. Ikora feels this is partially her fault, as she gave Osiris or Savathun access to those files in the city.
Can you guys hear the video, by the way? Savathun tricked us into giving her memories back. Exactly, yeah. So my thinking, this was my process too, was why would Savathun want that? Savathun likely knew that there was an answer in her memories pertaining to the events that would likely occur down the road. And so...
And let her guard down over the last couple of seasons.
I may have an answer for that.
Okay.
It's because since Savathun is the hive goddess of trickery, how she gains her power is through this thing called Imbaru, which basically anytime she tricks or anytime we get confused by Savathun, it gives her power. So her tricking us and giving her memories back gave her a little bit of more power, which is always more advantageous than not getting that bit of more power.
Okay. That definitely does add some merit, even more so now, to Savathun and her strategy and her chess play, because if that's what's giving her power, then essentially she's amplified now. Like, we just kind of buffed her in that sense. It's stuttering for you, Andrew? Alright, I'll try and lower some things down. Yeah, it actually is saying we're dropping frames here. Ah, I see why. I got it. I see what's happening. Thank you for telling me this. Oh my goodness. I just realized I had Epic Game Store open and it was downloading freaking the Destiny update because I haven't used Destiny on my Epic Game Store. Oh, okay. It should be good now. It should be good. I totally did not even see until I looked down and I saw my frames drop and I'm like, wait a minute. And I saw it downloading. So it should be good. I'll give it some time though. Okay, I'll stop for a minute because maybe when Jack was talking to, he kind of paused in and out. Okay, it should be all right. I hope. Because there should be no more downloading. Stupid Epic just came through. Okay. I'll keep playing for now. I'll keep going and then hopefully it'll be all right. There should not be any more. Let me just Control Delete to make sure. Let's see. Is there anything open in the background that we don't need? Nothing. Yeah. So we did close it. Okay, I'll just end the task for... Why is Edge open? Okay, we should be good now. We're back to full green on my screen. Yeah, back to full green connection. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, continuing on with the lore then. So let's watch this.
This time, one dedicated to Sathona, Savathun's name before she became a hive god and injustice.
I have to collect my thoughts because this is like really cool stuff. Like I love the lore in this game, and talking about it is really interesting.
At this moment, an Ahamkara illusion bursts in and a massive fight goes down, which was pretty epic.
So that's the temple Savathun.
So that was a temple, and this was the moment I was.
You need to turn the volume up for YouTube.
Oh, okay, it's pretty low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was the part you were mentioning before with Ikora saying that she just wanted to handle things for herself, right? So this was the scene where we see Eris, Zavala, and Ikora together.
We can discuss this more later.
So let's go back a little bit to like the very beginning of that scene. So Ikora comes out and states that I didn't keep anything from you, Zavala, not intentionally.
Not intentionally. I couldn't fill you in on every minute detail.
When it comes to Savathun, no detail is too small. You know that better than anyone.
So he says right there, you know this better than anyone. So at that point too, my brain was like, because you're right, Ikora does have a lot of information and intel on Savathun. So why go off on your own and try to do things your way if perhaps you didn't have any sort of intention behind it? And so what my thought process was, usually when there's like an evil scheme trying to happen, usually the person that's trying to do the evil thing will often rebel against the group that they're a part of because they want to separate themselves to therefore get the scheme or their plan enacted faster. And so Ikora here sort of implies that, where she goes off on her own. She wanted to find intel for herself. Zavala's angry because she basically defied him. And what's even more kind of startling too, we'll fast forward a little bit after the boss battle. So this is the scene here. Of course, we all know where Savathun dies. That's totally fine.
But season of the Lost, Savathun was found outside the walls of the city.
So right here, this cutscene had me thinking again. So in cinematic film, angles are always important. And the characters within that. So right here. So look at this cutscene here. This is just after we've won the battle.
For centuries, leave the planets and leave Earth next, causing a second collapse.
So right here
says, yeah, that doesn't matter. If Savathun takes the Traveler, we lose the light anyway, so we need to defend humanity and prepare for the Witness.
So her intention was, it seemed like she was almost kind of rushing. She's like, well, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, just let's get this job done. We got to defend humanity, right? It's almost like she just kind of ignored the scenario. Okay, I actually missed a point. The point was, I got to go back to when we actually beat Savathun.
Having the light.
Was it around?
Was it with the whole body retrieval thing?
Yes. What part was that? It wasn't here, right? Or was it earlier?
Well, I'm just gonna explain to you why they need to retrieve Savathun's body very quickly, because one, they don't want her resurrecting, or having any chance for that body to disappear, and then, like when have her come back at a very inconvenient time. You know, it's like with Roke or any of like the other disciples of the Witness. They need to secure their bodies because or else bad things can happen, and like other enemy factions could use the remaining power left in their bodies for evil.
That's actually a good point too. My initial process there was the voice line of Ikora again, because going back to the argument between her and Zavala, and then her line, I can't find the line specifically now. I have to like go back to where we actually beat Savathun, but I don't recall.
Yeah.
Forgot where that scene was. I'm trying to find it within the video. I gotta like scrape through it. Because this is the memory section, which we know. But this was prior to the boss battle itself. Okay, this is another part of the puzzle here. I think it's just up ahead. This is her memory. This is with Oryx. Okay, I think this is it.
Seal it away. Ikora tells us that the Witness is responsible for our planet's
we were just here,
and not the darkness. Ikora feels this is partially her fault, as she gave Osiris or Savathun access to those files in the city and let her guard down over the last couple of seasons. Next, we have, you guessed it, another Hive Temple.
I can't find that one.
Dedicated to
I can't find the boss battle. I wonder if it's in this video.
Still exist. After she transported out at the end of Season of the Lost, she may have went here, and this might be the key we're searching for.
True, yeah,
like maybe
thanks to Ikora's
3/4 of the way through.
Yeah, let me go through that. Because this is her death here, which is her memory again. And she gets resurrected.
Having the light. But the truth is so much worse.
Okay, well we'll skip that for now. We'll get to it at some point. But this cutscene here is something that kind of startled me too. So usually in cinematic film, right? Usually like when you have a bunch of heroes in a room, everyone's usually together.
Prepare for the Witness.
But one thing I noticed was that Ikora is at the mirror at the left-hand side, while everyone else is standing with Zavala, kind of like, you know, in this situation, very dire situation. Ikora is just looking out the window on her own. And if you look at the angle here, like, so usually in theater and film, whenever you're on a higher platform than the other person, it kind of signifies authority. And in this case, we see that Ikora is on a higher platform than everybody else. And she's at the other side of the room, which is a darker side. So everyone else is standing within the light. Zavala,
Mhm.
Saladin, Eris, Saint 14, Anna Bray.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have
Well,
Ikora.
it's because it's a dark place for her right now, in that moment.
True. That could also be a indication too, yeah. Because, like you said, she was definitely kind of rebelling against Zavala. And so this could really indicate she needs her space, perhaps. But at the same time, that could also refer to her being alone in that she wants to be in that position of power, because her standing on this platform, again going back to film, could indicate she really wants that power and authority, because if she doesn't get it, she can't control us. So now she's over there to the side, and she's just kind of off on her own in the dark side, right? You see the shadows, and everyone else is standing in the light. And so, what's up, Gegman?
Savathun was dead?
Right? Everyone here, right? So completely out of the cut, out of the scene. Ikora, not even here.
Devious adversary, the one who nearly decimated the last city from within, was dead.
Right? And then the thing is, like, Zavala is the one who shows the most emotion, right? He's like the most surprised by all this.
I wouldn't have believed it either, but...
But why would she need us to recover her memories if she never lost them in the first place?
This has to be another trick. A lie to fool us into surrendering the Traveler without a fight.
This has been the Traveler's approach from the beginning. The Books of Sorrow detail many civilizations it blessed with the light, then
Look at this. So as Eris Morn is talking about this information that is really important, we see that now suddenly Ikora's attention has been met, and she turns her face toward what Eris Morn is saying. So this whole entire time, the camera was off when they were talking about Savathun being dead. Zavala was upset, clearly, visibly upset. And suddenly, Eris Morn, because Ikora knows that Eris knows information too. So as soon as Eris Morn speaks up,
this has been the Traveler's approach from the beginning. The Books of Sorrow detail many civilizations it blessed with the light, then abandoned.
The moment she brings up the Books of Sorrow, Ikora turns her head.
High propaganda.
And then, of course, Zavala's like, high propaganda, doesn't believe it.
The fallen tell the same story. When the Witness and its Black Fleet came to call, the Traveler moved on to our system.
Once again, all this discussion's happening, right? We don't see Ikora at all.
Or it sacrificed itself to save humanity.
Now we see her, right? Now we see Ikora, but look, her attention is no longer with us again. Her attention is just outside the window.
From the same forces which included the Hive.
Now she responds.
After all that, why would the
Someone slamming their fist on the table is pretty certain to draw your attention.
Very true. But then wouldn't that have drawn the attention of everyone else in front of him as well? There would have been some form of response.
They're already looking at him, so...
True. True. That is correct too. So if we go back then, let's see.
After all that, why would the Traveler give our worst enemy the light?
It doesn't matter. I don't know why the Traveler gave Savathun the light. Maybe it has changed its mind about Guardians. Maybe it's not as infallible as
Now she steps down from her place of power. Same level.
we once believed.
Tries to reconcile here.
I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Because I'm here to protect humanity.
She kind of deflects the situation, right? Goes right back to the whole point. Well, we're here protect humanity. So the whole discussion before was about the Book of Sorrow and all these things that Eris Morn is talking about.
Yeah.
And then she steps down from her place of power. She comes down next to Zavala, who, of course, as we know already, is in distress. She comes back, she deflects the situation, and then brings it back to the whole point of, okay, we're here to protect humanity, guys. So that was like another red flag for me.
The traveler, we lose our light.
I don't think she's deflecting. I think she's more redirecting the conversation on what the next steps, what needs to happen next.
This heist, we will do.
Okay.
All right. How do we stop this?
Because that could also be a plan of the enemy too, right? Pretending to be,
Ikora believes
or acting to be in that position of, okay, we're here, guys. Let's just bring this back together, right? Because the enemy doesn't want us to know that they exist. So what better way to do that than to just pretend, to act as if you're with the community, with the people, and say, okay, guys, all right, you know what? Let's just kind of refresh, get our minds back on track on the mission ahead, kind of vibe.
The fragment we retrieved down by that Ahamkara may be the actual worm familiar.
But this part wasn't like another. This part wasn't the big changing point for me.
Artifact we found to slice into the past and learn the truth, and that truth is frightening.
The turning point.
Tells us Savathun was born on a far-off planet.
The turning point for me was, I think it was the Rasputin section. Yeah, it was the Rasputin part. So, where is it? It's pretty far along the way, because this is like Throne World, Battle of the Disciple. So we learn of Rolk, of course, and we learned that Rolk and Savathun had like not a relationship, but they worked together, right? If I'm not wrong. But then Savathun.
No, what? Not. Well, technically, yes, they worked together, but also Savathun betrayed Rolk, and I'm pretty sure either she killed him. I don't know if she killed him. I know, like 50-50 if she did. But what she did is she betrayed Rolk by hiding the veil. On Neomuna.
Gotcha. Okay. And then that will lead us to...
That was another thing that she did to protect the universe from the final shape coming to fruition, preventing the final shape.
Gotcha. Okay. So then that kind of aligns things, going back to Savathun again, just being a mastermind. So then I think this is what we're talking about, the cutscene where we kill Savathun, right?
Oh, yeah. This is the right one.
Yeah, this is the one here.
No. Where did her ghost go?
Guardian, I just got the message. The Traveler is back in the last city. Is it done? Is Savathun...
She's dead. But her ghost got away.
Good enough. Hold your...
So yeah, she's like, good enough. It's almost, I don't know, just the voice, the way she said good enough.
She would have rather... Yeah, good, yeah. I think with that statement, it's like she would have rather gotten her and Imaru.
True. Yeah, that I guess that's true too. Like in her position, she would have much rather had them both, but one is enough.
Yeah.
But then in this case, Imaru gets away, which then brought me to another point earlier, because if we really wanted to eliminate Savathun altogether, if we go back to the whole Throne World lore and how Savathun had access to the light, and then as we were journeying through the Throne World, we had to always fight against other light bearers that were hives, right? And so what we had to do is we as guardians had to eliminate the ghosts. Otherwise, if we didn't eliminate the ghosts, then they'd resurrect. So that's why in this scene, I was like, well, if we really wanted Savathun completely dead, then wouldn't we just want to just get rid of Imaru right away? Because at this point, Ikora was like, well, let's just get the body and call it a day. Because by having the body, Imaru can't do anything. Imaru is basically locked out.
Yeah.
He can't revive her.
Yep.
So, from my perspective,
Also, yeah.
Go ahead.
You go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay. So from my perspective there, when she said good enough, hold your position, the hidden are coming to secure the remains. So my thought right there, and then the next thing she said,
Good work, Guardian. You did the right thing.
good work, Guardian, you did the right thing. Now, again, this could just be a very simple statement. Oh, you did the right thing, good stuff. But then I go back to how an enemy thinks. And so this could very well be according to what she wanted. Oh, you did the right thing. You played into my hands. You were my bait. You killed the enemy that I wanted you to kill, because now the witness can basically go back and do its bidding, because Sabathun was essentially the annoyance, the thorn, if you will, in the witness's back. And so by quote unquote getting rid of Sabathun in this moment, now Ikora's like, okay, good job. You got rid of a threat. So now she can relay that information to witness, saying, okay, Sabathun's gone. We're right back to square one. We're in control again, which then led us to the cutscene where we see the witness. And then the witness was like, okay, now, it's done. It's mine now in a sense. So when she said that, I was like, okay, interesting. And then fast forward now, going back to, where is it? This was like really, really far. This was the scene where Eris was doing the ritual for Zavala and Crow. And then we'll skip that, because that's important information, but it doesn't really correlate. This was more or less just them getting their memories back, and then Kaido had the same situation too. Was it the last part? Seraph, I believe. I think it was Seraph.
Can I touch on why it's actually good to leave Imaru in charge?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because I wanted you to speak your section there. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the thing is, without a big grand commander like Imaru, there wouldn't be anyone to lead the hive, and there would be a power vacuum that a more dangerous hive with grander ambitions could take over.
Okay. So you're saying that basically keeping Imaru alive was somewhat of like a collateral, because if he was gone, then that would just open up more doors to more potential threats.
Yeah.
I see.
A worse threat.
To a worse threat.
It's basically the lesser of two great evils.
Right. I can see that. I can see that keeping him alive would certainly prevent more threats from coming down the line. And then my take on that was, again, and this is just like digging that rabbit hole, but I was like, Sabathun is kind of playing the role of like that whistleblower, where she knows information, and so the evil person, or the real person who's really behind the closed doors, the real evil person, wants to silence the truth, because as a whistleblower, you have the truth. And every time Sabathun tried to lead us toward the truth, we always tried to stop her and kill her. And so now Ikora, being pleased by the fact that we, quote unquote, killed her, they retrieve the body, they keep Imaru alive. But with Imaru being alive, that just means that Sabathun can technically come back, which fast forward, we now know that she is back. So that in itself tells me that Sabathun likely has a lot more to provide, because just like Enrico just said, she is the trickery, like that's where she gets her power from.
Yeah.
So
I also think with Ikora saying you did the right thing was like, you saved everyone in the last city, because we wouldn't if you hadn't done that, we would have lost our life and been defenseless for the most part.
Hmm. True, true. So yeah, she could be playing the good girl too, right? Like she could just be saying that as you know, just to play the role of the good guy, make it seem like she's on our side. But this part here is what got me though. Like I'm not even going against what you're saying. I think your points are valid, very valid.
Yeah. Yeah.
What got me here was this cutscene. After we deposited Rasputin, and then Rasputin was sacrificed from Anna. This cutscene here got me. So we see Crow, and I think Crow has something up his sleeve too, because I'm in a good way, not in a bad way. I think Crow is actually, I don't want to say working with Savathun, but I feel like Crow being inside the Traveler right now, and then sending us signals, because there's like you saw the video in Discord too, the scatter signal, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that to me was like another puzzling thing. Like, how else would we get this information? The only person that would know technically what's happening would be, of course, Osiris, because he was there. But then who led Osiris there? It was Savathun, because Savathun was the one who planted the seed, the veil, yeah, in Osiris's mind, in the hospital scene, where it was him and Saint 14, and then it was revealed through his memories basically that Savathun was like, hey, the answer you need is in Neptune. So therefore we travel to Neptune and we gather the information, as you said, the veil. So once again, Savathun at work behind the scenes where the enemy can't hurt her or even attack her, which was planting the seed inside Osiris. Because you're not going to harm Osiris, right? Why would you? That would imply that you're trying to basically attack the inner circle, which then goes back to Savathun taking over Osiris's body. Because my initial thought too with that was, what better way to gather intel about what's happening within the Vanguard than to take, you know, the body shape or the shape of the person everyone can trust, which is Osiris. So Savathun goes in, she gathers intel, she gets to see everything that's happening within the Vanguard, all the ins and outs, and then once her bidding has been done, what happens? She gives Osiris's body back, everything's back to normal. So that's another reason why I kind of got this feeling of why would Savathun choose Osiris out of all people to take the consumption of. And mind you, Osiris and Ikora have a really strong relationship because Osiris was the one who was her mentor. So in that regard, I felt, okay, so why would Savathun take over his body? She could have easily taken over Zavala or even Ikora herself. But
okay, so the thing is so it's just that Osiris is as you said, Ikora's mentor, but Ikora is the leader of the Hidden, one of the at least among the Vanguard, an organization with an enormous amount of knowledge.
Keep going.
Yeah, that's all I had. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were gonna keep going, because that's another thing too. Is Ikora has knowledge, and we know that knowledge is important. And so then I thought to myself, okay, well then Savathun leads us to Neptune, where there's more information that we are yet to discover. And the person that she planted the seed in was Osiris. So I thought, well, why would you go through both scenarios where A, you took over Osiris's body, you played games with us, you tricked us, and then while he's in the coma, you use him again as a vessel, and this time you plant the message of go to Neptune, gather information on the veil. So, and then I guess maybe this is just me again, copium, but did we ever see Ikora on Neptune at all?
No.
Because the only time that we saw her was on Mars, and that time period was her, I guess, gathering information or intel or whatever, or retrieving the body. So the fact that Ikora wasn't there during our excursion to Neptune kind of led me to believe, like, what's going on? Like, why isn't Ikora there?
Well, she was preoccupied with, if you know what the Defiant Battlegrounds are, with the new Shadow Legion forces back on Earth. You know, she didn't have time to go. That's why Osiris was there.
Oh, okay.
Yes, she was probably kept informed about that, but she didn't She didn't divert her attention for that because she knew that her mentor is there doing what she could do probably 2 times better.
Gotcha. Okay, that kind of gives me some backstory too. Okay, that's interesting. That's a good take as well. It's tough because, like I said, the way the enemy likes to work in most film or most movies is they'll always try to make it seem like they're always in the scene with you to give you the impression that, yes, I'm there with you guys to support you. And then, of course, when there's a very pivotal moment, like you just mentioned, they're off doing another battle or something else to kind of take the attention away from them, so to speak. So this led me to this particular cutscene here where we see, like, everyone is kind of in this awe that Traveler is going up into the sky. It's about to be destroyed by Aramis, right? So we see Mithrax, his daughter. We see Osiris, Saint 14 there. And right here, so this was the moment, the turning point for me, where I saw the expression, because everything is micro, I feel, in this game. Everything is like a micro expression. So when I see this moment, right, everyone looks up. We see Mithrax's daughter.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Aramis here, setting things up for disaster.
Yep.
So Rasputin, we know, sacrificed everything because it was his way of basically serving his purpose due to Anna Bray's relationship with him. Because this entire time he kind of like, he felt cold, but then Anna kind of taught him what it meant to feel human.
The war stats.
Okay, let me just kind of quickly skim through this, because this part here... Alright, here we go. So this is the part where Anna basically emotionally lets go of Rasputin. She knows it's over here. This was the only way they could have solved this issue. Very emotional scene for me too, watching this. Yeah, Enrico says Crotus feels bad and never accepted what Riven did to him and made him do. Aside from that and simping for Amanda, he's forgettable. I think I brought him up because there was one scene where it was like him and Lord Saladin, and they were inside the Scion facility, and they were having a discussion, and Crow felt bad for the Hive because it kind of reminded him of how, like, he was treating others, like he was the monster, so to speak, and then him...
Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, sorry, it was just the stream was lagging a little bit on my end in Discord.
Okay, it's all good. Are you guys good on the stream though? Am I all right? Just let me know. Again, I am like, I'm tinfoil hat right now. You can probably tell I'm like tinfoil hat on. I have like my sage. I'm just like this something just feels off to me. But let me continue with this. So we see the emotional response here. So Aramis's plans destroyed, right? Mithrak looks up in an awe, in almost like amazement, shock, as anyone would.
No, it's more like PTSD from the whirlwind.
Okay, that too. His daughter is like, look, like okay, if anything, his daughter is probably more amazing than him. And right here, this was the moment that kind of really made my tinfoil hat go like ding 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 ding. So we see Zavala, right? So again, micro language here. Body language is so key. So we see that right here. We see like a shock in Ikora's face. We see somewhat of a kind of a relief in Zavala's face. Shoulders down, right? Body language from Zavala is like, yes, relief, solace. Then look at Ikora here. Look at her face. Clenched fists, frustrated, like her, frowned face, right? Eyebrows kind of indicating some sort of like, it's not like the contrast is so very apparent, right? We see Zavala, his face grins. He feels like something good has come. We've been released, right? The job has been done in that sense. But then we see Ikora on the opposite end. If anything, if she was just as elated as everyone else was, she would have her head up high. Maybe her, maybe just the body language would have been different. She would have most likely smiled at the situation too. But we see her here in a frustration, almost like disbelief, like how could this have happened?
I think it's more like that she's frustrated with herself in that she let it come to this, with the Traveler almost being destroyed, and is really putting it upon herself, and how powerless she was to really do anything.
So okay, so from your perspective, it's as if, okay, so it's as if she felt like the weight was on her, and she wasn't able to accomplish the very thing she wanted. And as a result, she feels, in this cutscene here, she feels distraught, defeated in a sense.
Yes.
That's a good perspective too. I saw that, again, my tinfoil hat was just like, because I was just putting everything together in terms of like the things she said, the actions she made leading up to where we are. And then we see that she's like, going back to our discussion with her wanting this power to be kind of separate, to make her own decisions. And then we see that her decisions didn't work out the way that she wanted. So then in my mind, I was like, well, why would you want this to go your way? Like, why does it have to be just about you? If this is really about protecting humanity, wouldn't you want to be with Zavala and everyone else? But instead, she was like really insistent on trying to do things her way. So for what reason was she doing it her way? Not to say that her way was bad by any means.
Yeah.
But
I think with the whole thing and her not communicating with Zavala is because, one, she is the leader of the Hidden, and that is a huge responsibility.
So it was more or less a burden.
Yeah.
So Gaibin says, the look on her face makes me think she's thinking, what's going on? Is a traveler abandoning us like it did all the other civilizations?
Very true, very true.
That is true too. A lot of different directions this could take. Which again, this goes right back to what I was saying with like micro responses, because in the moment of us watching this, like I imagine for the first time seeing this, your first imprint isn't what we're talking about now. Your first imprint is likely there's emotion happening. You're likely resonating with the whole sacrifice that Rasputin made. So you're not thinking about the contrast in emotion. at this moment. And so that's what kind of caught my attention the most looking back at this. But like you said, your point actually holds some weight because, again, like you said, Ikora, she had a burden. It was really heavy on her. This particular scene could be an indication of that weight somewhat being on her still. And it's frustrating her because she wanted those plans to go her way. And that weight now is kind of, it's stressing her out. Whereas Zavala, he sees the plan from Anna Bray's perspective, where it was like, okay, guys, this was the plan. Let's initiate it. Once Rasputin sacrifices himself, it's a wrap. We're done. So again, two contrasting perspectives here, where we had Zavala working with the rest of the Vanguard to basically aid Rasputin in hacking and doing all the stuff that Rasputin does. And then again, like I said, Ikora being on her own because she kind of stepped away from the group in that sense. And as a result, as you said, she feels that burden. But that burden could also be from an evil point of view too, where it's like, damn, like this wasn't supposed to happen. Like Erasmus was supposed to cause destruction for us. So there are two differing points where your point is also valid, and even Gegman's point is valid. And then my perspective could also have some merit in there somewhere. Again, it's copium, no tinfoil hat, but to me, I still feel like maybe if she is an enemy, she'd also be frustrated too, because it's like, damn, it didn't go according to plan. And so now she's showing that disbelief, like, how could this have happened? This was all going according to plan, and then it kind of got ruined. So that was my whole lore take with what Savathun was doing, and why I still feel like Savathun is the true hero. Like I feel like she's the actual hero of the story, and we're probably
she's more of an anti-hero.
Yeah, she's the anti-heroine for sure. I meant in the sense that like she is the one carrying, like she's carrying us. And as I kind of alluded to before with Thrawn from Star Wars, he's kind of similar in that he's the anti-hero. He's not really a villain, but he's not necessarily a good guy. He just has his own intentions. And that's kind of what Savathun is. She just has her own intentions in mind, but her relationship with the Traveler is very deep, clearly. And so I think that with Savathun being alive now, there's a really good chance that we'll see her again in Final Shape. And I think that her being there is going to shock someone, or something, or like a group of people are going to be like shocked that she came back. In what form, we don't know, of course. But
yeah, I think you're really accurate with that statement.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and talk about it then.
Yeah. Yeah, she's I don't know. Also, I think you're just focusing a little bit too hard. It's you're hard scoping.
Like I said, I'm copium.
Very Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the copium for me, just everything to me was all wording, and it was all body language, which was why that copium mechanism just kicked in. I was like, all right, well, I might as well just dive deep here, because I've already, the rabbit hole's already deep enough. So I just started putting pieces together, and I was like, I wonder if there's someone within our group that knows something, and Savathun is aware of that, and therefore she's able to share and divulge information with Osiris to give us the upper hand, or the heads up, because no other person had access to Osiris. Like nobody can implant themselves inside Osiris's mind other than Savathun, not even Ikora herself. So the fact that we were given this intel from someone who's supposedly dead, we were led to this new information, which was about the Vex, and that's a new threat, to be honest with you. The Vex is another big threat that I feel I think Sabathun is also alluding to. So not just the Witness, I think also the Vex are another big looming presence that I personally feel will be a huge enemy, and they'll have like a really integral role moving forward. Because I know that one of the episodes is based on the Revenant, which is I think Vex too, right? From what I remember. I think the one most likely to have secret cards under their hand and knowledge we could use is Mara. She seems like she knows much more than she portrays. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I 100% agree. It's why I love Mara and Sabathun so much, because I feel like they both have something up their sleeve that we are just not aware of, but they can see it. They can see it, and perhaps they're trying to give us some form of hint, but we're just not following it, or we're trying to take things into our own hands and we're just losing direction. Yeah, I totally agree that Mara has a lot up her sleeve. Because there was also another video too, I believe it was from Bife. Bife was talking about Mara and Mara's intentions. And he mentioned how Mara wanted to take over the Taken, or that was one of her plans. Because this was going back to
that was one of her older ambitions.
Yeah, it was one of her older ambitions. Can't remember the video. Where was it? Yeah, Mara saw the Taken Queen. So this was, how long ago was this? This was like a month ago. But we know too that Mara has a burden on her shoulders as well.
Greetings, Guardians. My name is Bife here. So, inside the pale heart of the Traveler, chaos reigns. I think. Who knows what's happening inside the Traveler right now? For all I know, it's still the Witness just slowly floating in the direction of the place where it's eventually going to build the monolith. In the meantime, though, the rest of the system has mostly gone quiet with bated breath. Most of us are now awaiting the eventual connection to Crow so that we can pass into the Pale Heart. But there is another war going on in the system, even though most of the other conflicts have ground to a halt, and that is the war within the Dreaming City. The one still eternally being fought between the Awoken and the aggressors of the Hive, Taken, and Scorn. This war has also been amplified recently by the ongoing efforts of other parties from those same three groups to invade the city and press it much more.
This is more Mara stuff now. My Sabathun copium brain is gone.
Only complicate matters. This war is going to be our focus today, but not quite in the way that I originally imagined, and I think that some of you will.
I do love Mara a lot. Like Mara is
easy solution to Riven's curse, but Mara
an amazing character.
An unconventional way of saving at least some of her people from the constant grueling battle against the curse on the Dreaming City. That being said, the cost of this plan is going to be extraordinary and might lead to further ruin.
Does Sabathun have any relationship with Mara though, or no?
It also has to be emphasized.
Well, one similarity between them is that they both have throne worlds.
And they both are queens. And they both have died and come back.
Yep.
But other than that, has there been any point in the narrative that they have had any sort of relationship? Like work together at all?
You know, when you were doing that mission earlier with the worm, I guess one connection would be the worm and Mara.
Sabathun's worm, right?
Yeah.
A parasite. That could be. But other than that, there's no other real strong indicator of relationship there. And again, it makes me wonder, like, why? There's so many questions. So many questions in my brain.
That even with all of this, I still don't believe that Mara has a true solution with what she tried. Merely a stopgap. So in these last few weeks, we've seen a lot of evidence that the constant war on the Dreaming City is taking its toll on Petra and the Awoken forces. Petra, of course, has been fighting this struggle ever since we enabled the Last Wish back in Forsaken. Since then, she also had to deal with incursions from Zivorath's Wrathborn and her greater marshalling of aggressors that attempted to pursue Savathun and the lost Techians that brought Mara Sov back. Now, Petra and her Corsairs are dealing
Oh, you
with
know another thing I just realized?
Yeah.
The 9. What like...
Mm-hmm.
For the longest time, we know that they exist.
Yeah.
And that just popped up in my head. Like, what about the 9? Like, what's their role here? Like, what's their whole relationship with what's happening? Because they've kind of just... It's almost like they've been the observers. Just kind of watching.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Oh. Because that makes me think, too, they're somewhat neutral, right? Like, they don't really have a side to pick. So...
Oh, they're the 9. They're unknowable.
Right, exactly. They're unknowable. Right. They're unpredictable. Which then kind of goes right back to playing into Savathun too. Like, they're both kind of similar that they're unpredictable. So I'm just thinking, like, what role would the 9 have in this shape too? So we all wish the 9 would get involved, but they shelved that book long ago. Copium. That's mad copium. Yeah, that just popped into my head. Like, what about the 9? Like, we haven't heard anything about them for a while. So I'm thinking maybe they could make a surprise appearance too in the final shape. But
multiple invading enemy armies. Each of them
right now my
attempting to
brain
claim
is
the
just
power of the
activated with
Ankara
Savathun. I'm like,
during
there
their
has to be
assaults on
some
Riven's
reason why
Lair.
she's doing all
Each
this.
of them is now struggling and still sort of sifting through the Dreaming City and the confluence. Each
Wanted
of these
to go to the
enemy
9 for
armies
help instead of
poses their own
Riven?
unique problems, and each of them is seemingly directionless. The Taken have
I
remained
don't know,
as
like...
a lost and leaderless set of minions
That could have
who are
left us
happy
in a
to
worse
infest any
situation
space
if they
they
got
find
angry.
themselves.
All right, so
Or, yeah.
talk about it. Talk about it.
I don't know. It's just like, since they're so unpredictable, they could potentially either do real good or real bad for us.
Interesting. Okay. Ellie says the 9 are invested in the soul system, so I trust them more on the topic than most. And their knowledge is basically like unfathomable knowledge. Like, we can't even fathom how much knowledge they have, which is why, again, I'm curious. But like Gegbid said, it's probably coping at this point to see to determine whether or not they'll be involved, because at this point they're just overseeing everything. They're just kind of sitting back, and then if something happens, they'll step in. But otherwise, they're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
I think right now the big two for me is Mara and Savathun. Like, those are the two big looming questions. Like, what are their real intentions? Now, again, like I said, I feel like Savathun is more on the side of she's trying to help us. She really wants to, but in doing so, she's helping herself, but also helping the Traveler. Whereas Mara, I don't know. Like, I'm still trying to get Mara out. I'm trying to figure Mara out more, because she's a tricky one too, Mara. Because I think the Parasite was even saying how she's like the Queen of Deception, which is just, it's like saying you're Savathun, basically, because they're both deceptive. Or Cade maybe got some juicy knowledge while going on to the other side. So you're thinking that Cade could make a surprise return? You're thinking? Because there was
No, he is.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. In the Final Shape trailer, he's shown.
Okay, I must have missed that then. So in that case, with Cade being back then, Oh, there is the video. Oh, I can't remember what video it was. Okay, so this is how Cade returns. Is this how Cade gets resurrected in the final shape? I guess this is.
It also, I'm pretty sure the video touches on that it could just be a projection of the traveler inside, guiding us through it, through to the Pale Heart or something like that.
Hmm.
Like just a
Greetings,
manifestation
Guardians. My name is
to
Bife here.
help us.
So today's lore has been
Right,
around since
guide
the
us,
start
if you
of the
will.
season, but there were some things
Yeah,
that stopped
to
me from covering this.
like
For
why
one,
the
I got
traveler
sick
would
just a few days into the
have a guide in that form is because Cade is very familiar and we're very fond of Cade.
Right, so we're more likely to follow his lead because of that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So then,
Or he's just Cade and he's inside the traveler.
as per usual, alongside Crow, because Crow and him would be there too, right?
Yeah.
So this video got pushed back a while.
Which is even more interesting.
Or it's actually Cade and he's not a projection of the traveler, but the traveler has signed him or to help us.
Hmm.
Or he's just gonna help us of his own volition.
That too. Because that could add more spice to the narrative too, since if Cade is inside the Traveler and Crow is there, then that narrative is shifted back to that beginning phase, right?
Oh, right, because Crow killed him.
Yeah, because Crow
Imagine
killed.
just being dead inside heaven and then suddenly your murderer comes up out of a magic portal.
While
it's like, hey guys, how you doing?
Right that I cover all this now, knowing the way.
Because yeah, that actually adds more to the narrative. Because if Cade is back in the Traveler, Crow is there, so that therefore there's going to be some sort of there's going to be a clash there at some point. Like, wait a minute, you're Cade, but wait, you're Aldrin, right? But I'm not Cade, technically, and I'm not Crow, or I'm not Aldrin, technically. I'm a new person.
New sponsored.
With over 45 dinner options and even
Oh
more
my
market
gosh,
items
this is
than ever
making
before in
me
each
all
box,
hungry.
There are a ton of ways to keep healthy food.
Fife, you're good. I love you.
Breakfast item per
Gotta skip that.
revealed to us that Savathun's wish to follow the witness was only good to send a single person into the Traveler's Pale Heart. Crow, in response, has devised a plan, including himself and Mara and Osiris, which means that he'll be heading into the portal alone first. The other Guardians will then leverage the Veil and his cosmic connection with his sister Mara to create a safe passage for everyone else to follow in afterwards.
But someone did mention earlier that what if Osiris is the one that betrays us instead? I think someone mentioned earlier in the chat, like way earlier. Like, what if it was actually Osiris who actually betrayed us in the end? What do you think of that?
I don't think that he has any real reason to. There's like no reason, and I'm pretty sure that if he did do that, he doesn't have his ghost. He's mortal. He doesn't. Why would he mess around with the Vanguard?
Yeah, because he'd be putting his life on the line essentially, and then that would also somewhat break that bond between him and Saint 14, which he just reconciled, basically.
Oh yeah. Saint 14 is basically his boyfriend. So
yeah, exactly. So
that's the main point.
Yeah, because if he were to betray, that would anger Saint 14, which would just basically break things apart altogether. And yeah, that's probably not going to happen. So I think that would be kind of, and again, like I said, going back to the whole Savathun taking over his body, not once but twice, I don't think that Savathun would, well,
no, she only did it once.
Yeah, did it once, but then she planted the seed. Yeah. She planted the seed in his conscience, basically, right? In the hospital. Because that's how we...
No, it's more that Osiris had her memories.
Okay, it's like remnants, basically, from before, technically, right? Okay.
So basically, when Savathun was in his body, they basically did memory swap, I guess, or just like exchange memories.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, essentially planting a seed in that sense in his mind, but like you said, yeah, like the fragments were still
Not
there.
specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, not specifically, but in that sense, the seed was there because it kind of gave us a direction to take. But yeah, you are right, though. I don't think Osiris would want to sacrifice his life, let alone sacrifice his relationship that he just rebuilt.
Yep.
So yeah, that definitely would be out of the picture. But with Ikora, I don't know, like, her role obviously is really important, as we've already, mentioned. Her role is integral.
Yeah.
But then that in itself, like I said, there's always a misdirect. There's always some sort of deflection that writers tend to make, where they give the viewer the impression that this person's like the good guy or good woman in this case, right? We're fighting for the good intentions of humanity, and while doing so, behind closed doors, there is something that's, nefarious happening. We can't see it because the writers don't want that to be seen, right? It's more of like, hey, we're going to tell you, but we're not going to show you. But I think more will be shown in Final Shape. But again, that's why I was just alluding to the idea that Ikora could...
Did you take like a narrative class in college or something?
Why do you think that?
I don't know. It's just very, very in-depth analysis.
I've always liked philosophy. I'll keep the video running in the background, by the way. But I've always loved philosophy and the thought of always questioning things. Like there's always something to question. And I did take drama class in high school, but it wasn't anything like narrative based. It was more like just scripting and understanding how a script works and how characters are built as far as their relationships. And of course I study film too, so watching films like Shakespeare film, or just even like film in general, not necessarily just Shakespeare stuff, but like Macbeth, all those things about like controversy and playing the fool. And this even goes back into theater as well, in Italian theater. I forgot what it was called, but there's like an Italian theater where like someone plays the fool, but really they were like the enemy all along. And so that was my idea going into this, where the writers want us to feel as if we're safe, because that's the whole point. We're guardians. We're here to save humanity. So that safety net is Ikora, is Zavala, is the Vanguard. But within that umbrella, or under the umbrella, there has to be something that's bubbling, because I just don't see any reason for Sabathun to go out of her way to take over the body of someone who, if there wasn't a threat inside of our sect, or let's say in our group, I just didn't see any reason for her to go about her way and just take over Osiris's body. Like, she could have taken over anyone else's body and led us somewhere else. But then why was it Osiris? Because Osiris knows a lot about the relationship and the information within the Vanguard. So that was like my logical reasoning as to why I think there's somebody within our group that knows something, and they're just trying to act as if they're the good person. Because otherwise, if they were to just expose themselves, it's like, well, we know who you are, right? You're the evil person. You were here all along. But I think there's someone here that's just kind of acting their role because they have to. And that's why when I saw Ikora being so defiant all of a sudden, that kind of threw me off, because no one else within the group acted in that defiant way. Everyone was very collective in trying to help for the greater cause. Even Eris Morn. And Eris Morn is, she's pretty independent herself, but even her, she went out of her way to even help Zavala and Crow and even Kaido to restore their memories and kind of pour her heart into that circumstance. But
if I remember correctly, that was because it was something to do with the nightmares on the moon, and Crow, Zavala, and Eris were being plagued by the nightmares of, like, I think Crow was being plagued by Aldrin Sov, Zavala was being plagued by his wife,
right,
and
Kato with Gaul.
Yeah, Gaul.
Yeah, that I remember, and that was what I had watched the other day, and so I learned of that, and so that's why I felt in my mind, okay, well, Eris doesn't really seem like she would have any ill intent, because she's already carrying a burden herself. She lost her entire fire team, and she's being haunted essentially by her own nightmares, but she basically took her burden and said, well, let me cure the team, let me cure Zavala, let me cure Crow, let me cure Kato. But in Ikora's case, it almost seemed like it was very much her own, like, I want this to happen for me. Like, it was more like I want to take the stance on this, I want to take the responsibility for this, like you were saying, like, this is my weight. But then it's like, aren't we a team? And that's why I was like, that's why I felt Zavala had every reason to be angry, because it's like, aren't we a team? Like, why didn't you just tell me this? Why didn't you just inform me? And so I felt like anybody who's trying to kind of deflect away from the team somewhat gives me a hint of they're trying to do something to maybe disrupt the status quo, so to speak. Because I don't see any reason why Ikora would want to just go off on her own and do things independently when she could easily just have told everyone else, this is my plan, let's get it done, move on, and therefore there would be no qualms between her, Zavala, and then having Eris Morn there to kind of be the mediator. Because that's what Eris Morn was doing there. She was essentially the mediator in that scenario. She wasn't really there to do much else other than kind of calm things down. And then, as I said before, when Eris was talking about the Book of Sorrows, Ikora's attention was led back to that scenario. So, I just felt like, you know, there's just, everything leads to the conclusion that there's a snake in our group. That's my conclusion. There's a snake in our group, and of course my inclination is the snake could potentially be Ikora, but it could be anybody. Like, it could easily be anybody within our group. But the fact is that it has to be someone in our group, because there's just no reason why the Queen of Trickery. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. How much does a subscription on Kick to your channel cost?
Should be the same as Twitch.
I'm just asking because I don't know.
No, it's all good. It's the same as Twitch. Everything that you see on Kick, I think, is the same. It's just that with regards.
So if you're right about someone in the Vanguard going to betray us, I'll give you a sub. If it's Ikora, I'll give you 5 subs.
You don't have to go that far, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I know it's a huge reach. Like, I am reaching beyond the stars right now with that.
Yeah.
But I just have this instinct in my brain that, or not even my brain, but my gut, just based off, like you said, like narrative experience. It's always painted like that, where we see a character, they're always so nice and welcoming. They're the person that we always go to, because we, the Guardians, we went to Ikora to get our aspects, our fragments, all the things that we needed, we go to her. So all the attention was placed on her, so it already gave us this idea of safety, security. Okay, we can go to Ikora for all the things we need to power up. So in our mind, going through the game, we would never ever assume anything of Ikora, because we were given the impression that she gave us our powers. Why would she ever want to betray us? But that's exactly what the enemy does. The enemy will likely play into that, make you feel comfortable and secure knowing that, okay, I've given you your powers, but the truth is, I didn't give you everything. Hence why we had to go to Europa and go into the darkness to get the Revenant and unlock the darkness to balance it out and all these things.
Well,
but
the darkness is because the darkness is on Europa. It isn't like she had access to that.
No, I didn't mean Ikora in that sense. I didn't mean she had the actual darkness. I just meant like she was. Yeah, I just meant like she was kind of like leading us, like misdirecting us in a sense, making it seem like, okay, you can get your powers and you can level up. Again, putting us in this place of security, never allowing us to ever know her real intentions. But again, just the narrative, the voice lines, all these things kind of paint a different picture when I put them together. And I was like, yeah, there's something just felt off. It just didn't make any sense to my mind as to why there was so much defiance from her. It just didn't really, like, it kind of reminded me of Anna, but then Anna was humbled in a sense later on, because Anna wanted to kind of go off on her own, but then Elsie kind of humbled her. But in Ikora's case, I don't know. It didn't feel like it didn't feel the same way as Anna's circumstance. It still felt like Ikora really still wanted to take control, and because she can't take full control, there's like some anger in her and some, like, not resentment, but there's clearly some frustration going on within her, where it's like, I want this control, I want to take this mission by my hand and do it my way. But why would you want to go that way? Like, why go that far when you literally have your whole entire crew behind you? You have Zavala, you have Saint, you have Osiris, literally, who can give you information. So that to me was the huge tip off. But again, like you said, I could literally just be floating in the skies right now, and you know, I could easily just be throwing a massive copium bomb in chat right now. But I think it's good to have that perspective and question everything, rather than just kind of accept the norm and think, oh, okay, well, whatever, that's not true. But then there's always that what if. There's always a what if.
The thing is, I think you're just questioning the wrong thing. I love the spirit of questioning things, but I don't think you should be questioning the NPC that gives you your aspects.
According to the Queen's foil censor, there are
like looking into like I don't know, it's just not like something else on like the other planets or something like that.
That's something which is not confirmed.
So what do you mean in that sense? So I want to hear your thoughts too.
Like, maybe like the other sort of vendors or something like that.
So you think maybe a vendor could potentially be a threat? Like, because I know that it was mentioned that Drifter could be maybe the snake.
Oh yeah, he's a wild card. He is a big wild card, but in the end, he's definitely for the light. Actually, wait, no, yeah, he's just a wild card.
Because yeah, we don't really know much about Drifter other than yeah, like Season of the Deep stuff, but we don't really know like a whole real, like we don't know his full backstory. So he, again, like you said, he is definitely a wild card. He could be there. He could potentially.
Yeah, but we do, for the most part, know the Drifter's backstory. Yeah, we actually know basically a lot of things about him.
Okay. So Gagman says, I want Drifter to come in clutch with intel since he had some relations with the Nine.
Yeah. He's got the Gambit coins and the red string thing going on because the Nine gifted him the planet he holds around and the Gambit coins.
True, and whenever we play Gambit, he gives information about every enemy, like bring a sword, you're fighting the Hive, or like the Cabal, you know? He's always kind of giving us that intel as to every enemy that we encounter. So, yeah, again, it's definitely a toss-up.
Yeah.
It definitely is a toss-up, because he does have knowledge too. And we already know that knowledge can be scary in the wrong hands. So yeah, but you have a good point though, because the vendors also are involved in this because they're underneath the same umbrella as the Vanguard. Whatever we run into, you know, on the tower, whoever's there can be, you know, someone can be the informant, right? Who that someone is, though, I'm not too sure. Yeah, there's definitely a snake in the grass, and again, my mind is pointed to Ikora, but it could very well be anybody within our group, and that's the scariest part, because we know Elsie wouldn't do that. Elsie obviously has seen multiple different timelines.
Yeah.
So she already kind of knows the consequence. Yeah, I don't know. And then Mara as another wild card, because we already know she's deceptive. But would she go out of her way to do that? To jeopardize humanity? Who knows? I don't know.
Well, at this current stage, she doesn't want, if she interfered, that would mean the final shape would come to fruition, and that would be really bad.
True.
I don't think she would interfere during the final shape.
Yeah, maybe not during, maybe after. It's a possibility.
Yeah,
if her
during the episodes.
Yeah, during the episodes. If her intention was, you know, as you said earlier, like wanting to take advantage or take control of the Taken, she could do that. Because it's like, oh, you know what? Let me work with you guys for now. We'll take out the witness, and then now you deal with me, because now I have the Taken. I'm the Taken queen now. But again, that's a huge copium too. But I just don't, in my mind, I don't feel like Mara's intentions are nefarious. At least right now, like you said, I don't think her intentions are to harm at this particular point in time. But afterwards, I'm not too sure. That's definitely, who knows. But like you said, the episodes will likely be of great importance to her story, because now it's like, if with the witness out of the question, that just gives more power to everyone else. Because now I think the way that Destiny 2 is moving as far as narrative is they probably don't want a main antagonist anymore, because it would be kind of, I wouldn't say predictable, but it's kind of like, what was the point of the witness if we just have another antagonist all over again? So everything was leading up to this point where we get rid of the major antagonists, and so now I think what Bungie's trying to do is saying, okay, now that this one enemy is gone, now the actual power difference is going to be, the power vacuum is going to be spread amongst multiple enemies. So now we're not going to have just one antagonist, we're going to have multiple antagonists. And I think that's going to be really cool for Destiny, because I think having multiple enemies to deal with is kind of like Marvel. Like you have different enemies that you have to encounter, and that adds so much more.
Like what's happening with Helldivers.
Yeah, exactly. Where you just have you have different enemies, different factions, and we the Guardians have to defeat the enemy within that faction. Versus, oh well, let's all come together and then just beat one person, then it's game over, GG, and then we do it all over again. It's like, come on, man, that was like a waste. So I definitely
think one of the enemy factions that we'll have to clean up is the Shadow Legion.
Ooh. Okay, go into detail. Talk about it.
It's like during the Red War, after Gaul was defeated, the Red Legion was still there were remnants of the Red Legion, and there were some Cabal who hadn't realigned themselves with Keitel or Talus, and we kind of had to fight those guys.
Okay.
I wasn't really there during the Red War, so I don't really know a lot about about the aftermath.
No, it's all good. I think
Read up on it.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I think it's great that we talk lore because I think a lot of the time, as I mentioned before, we play the game so much that we don't really focus on the smaller things because so much of our attention is like, oh, let's get the guns, let's shoot things, and let's blow things up. But then, like, all that in between is kind of missed. So that's why I wanted to just kind of chill and actually look back at the, like, what's in between the lines. So Gegman's like, I think at this point, it isn't just the humanity's survival. If the Witness gets what he wants, he's going to click end task on the whole universe and restart. Yeah, like Thanos, basically. It's like Thanos. So I don't...
just whole.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think there's going to be betrayal on an ally or ally NPC we have now. The only case they would betray us is if they're being controlled, and that card has been used already, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I guess in that case, we'd only see the betrayals take place well after the Witness is gone. Because with that power being destroyed, now that gives more access to those who really had nefarious intentions to now take initiative. Because there's no supreme power. Now that power is spread amongst different factions within the universe. And potential new enemies, new threats that we haven't even come across yet. All we know right now is just the Taken. We know the Vex, which, to be honest with you, I think that they're probably the greatest threat. They're freaking AI. Like, lore-wise, I think when we went to the Veil and the Veil containment, the doctor.
Oh yeah, you went there?
Yeah, I went there. Yeah.
Yeah,
they talked a lot about like the Vex in that scenario, and then we knew about how the doctors were trying to... don't quote me on this. This is just me trying to kind of regurgitate. But the doctors went in and they were doing an experiment on a Vex. That Vex knew exactly what they were doing and simulated every one of their thoughts. And
no, they made it simulated 200 and something copies of them.
Yes, that's what it was. Thank you. Yes, it simulated 200 and I think 20 odd copies of the doctors, and so those doctors were like freaked out, and all of them were trying to like kind of plan their lives out. But again, I think they were able to dispose of the Vex or that simulation before it was too late, if I'm not mistaken.
No, what happened is the real versions of them figured out how to extract them and then sent them off into the Vex network.
Right. Okay. There you go. Thank you for reaffirming that. Yes, that's what it was. So that's why I think moving forward into these episodes. And again, this is probably genius on Bungie too, separating it into episodes, because I think Vex is a very, very huge threat. They have different factions within factions, and that to me scares me, because if they can simulate 3 doctors and do that 220 plus times, then imagine an entire universe.
Per Vex, like one Vex did that.
Yeah, exactly, per Vex, and then we have different divisions with every Vex. So if one Vex can simulate 220 copies of just 3 doctors, then imagine if 10 Vex just even a small handful of Vex were to do that very same thing, they literally have unlimited power. So I feel like Vex, if I don't know, in my brain too, I feel like Vex are going to be a huge threat in the power dynamic when the witness is gone. And then we also have the House of Kel, or at least Mithrax is the House of Light, but then we also have the other houses too, right? So they're also a threat that looms. So did you know that the Vex are minuscule creatures and the Vex robots we fight are their mechs?
Yeah.
That I did not know. Okay, that's a wake up for me.
So basically, the Vex are tiny. You know the Vex milk that's like on Nessus?
Yes.
That is the Vex.
What? That whole pool of milk are the Vex themselves?
Yeah. And the robot are just physical bodies. And you know, like in the I think they're called goblins. In the center of them, they got that white substance. That's where basically their brain is, because that's where their Vex milk or the Vex or what their actual organic component is.
What?
Stored.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I did not know the Vex were the...
Even exposure to Vex milk, or like if you inhale like consume Vex milk, you can be corrupted and taken over by the Vex.
Which explains why when we jump into the milk we get damaged, because it's like almost corrupting us. That's actually crazy. I never knew that. I never knew that they were the actual milk itself, or they're just like a pool of it.
Yeah.
That's wow. And then these are just bodies that they're... So what about the Hydras? Is it the same thing?
Yeah. Just bigger.
Wow.
There's different forms to deal with different things.
Wow, that just blew my brain. I did not know that the Vex were those creatures, and that they were the milk, and that the Vex were just their bodies that they were using like a vessel. That's crazy. So that just means they have enormous power then. Like just looking at Nessus itself and how big those pools of milk are, that's like billions of Vex.
Yeah.
Jeez. So that to me spells
Okay. To explain this further, you need to watch the Season of the Undying trailer.
Okay, let's watch that now then. Season of the Undying trailer.
It kind of shows how the Vex, the Vex milk goes into the bodies.
That's okay. So Shadowkeep, Season of Undying. Okay, so 1 minute 41. Okay, let's peep this. Wow, that just puts things into perspective even more now for me. Because what's even scarier is they have like different networks too.
Yeah.
And those networks are like one of the reasons why we've gone to Neptune.
Yep, see? Just like that.
Oh, whoa. Oh, wow. So there's like they're the strands of like the... Wow. Yep. I love how it kind of reminds me of a car, like their pistons, the engine's being revved up.
Like during the dawning with the cookies, I was like kind of concerned that that my guardian was consuming cookies or giving out cookies to the vendors that had Vex milk in it. Like maybe during the cooking process, does it like kill it, you know?
We say
Ah, due to the high heat, right?
birthplace of the Vex,
Yeah.
but it was not.
That is actually, yeah, that's a pondering question too.
The life in the garden called out a question.
So the Vex milk isn't the Vex.
Are the
They are just suspended in the milk within the mechs, from my understanding.
to protect the garden.
But even then, the milk itself is vast. Like Nessus has like a vast pool of milk,
The Vex
which
are coming.
suggests that the Vex have literally a population that like, you can't stop that. Like, I don't see how you would stop the Vex. How could you actually put an end to that if they're able to simulate? They can essentially read our minds before we even act. So they can simulate every single scenario of their death, right? And therefore we would be powerless to them. The only way that we can potentially win against the Vex is if we shut down their network, but then that goes right back to the whole idea of them knowing what our intentions are. So if they know what our intentions are, how can they actually shut us down? Or how can we shut them down, sorry. Lore with new. I love lore. You guys can tell I love a lot of the lore. And when it comes to any game that has really good lore, I'm always willing to dive deep. Even if like I said, even if my copium brain goes off into like Neptune, I still like putting it out there because we just never know. We just don't know. Like everything at this point, moving into the final shape and subsequent episodes, is a threat to us. Someone within our clan is a threat, and then like Enrico says, all races are a threat. True. Cabal doesn't have powers and light of their own, and they make up with heavy artillery and huge military paraphernalia. Yeah, they also have connections to the Scion too, right? Aren't the Cabal and Scion technically aligned, or are the Scions a different faction of their own?
I will I'll talk with you about that. I need to reset my phone real quick.
Yeah, no worries. Because I know the Scion are like a smaller group. The Cabal are obviously bigger, but now Cato is the one like basically leading the charge because Gaul is pretty much done. Callus is done. But you are right though. I think all races or all factions in this game are basically a threat. Okay, I'm just gonna keep some videos in the background. But yeah, so how the Vex play God, since we're talking about Vex right now. Because these things are scary as heck. So Scions were a different race conquered by Cabal. Okay, so they're basically just taken on by Cabal. Not necessarily by choice, but rather by force.
Talk about their capabilities where possible. Despite this, there are undoubtedly players out there who don't get the terrifying reality of what
So among most notable Cabal are Cato, Callus, Gaul, and Brachus Zahn. And with Callus being done, Gaul is done. Cato is pretty much like the one that's kind of at the helm right now.
Some people's minds. But of course, that's for starters not a completely accurate description of them in the first place, and more importantly, it hides the true extent of the horror that they're capable of inflicting.
I'm scared of Vex, man.
By which that horror manifests today. One of the most mind-bending things that the Vex
because
can possibly do to any individual or any group.
Amongst all the races,
fully and perfectly simulate them.
Yeah,
now,
what Biff just said is actually really important, and this goes right back to what me and Jack were saying.
And possibly do to any. One of the most mind-bending things that the Vex can possibly do to any individual or any group, and that is to fully and perfectly simulate them.
That's the scariest part. That's the scariest. Sorry, Jack. I was just talking about the Vex. but
Yeah.
because we're saying all races are a threat, which is very true, very
Yeah.
true. Like we don't know who really is going to be on our side after the witness is gone. Because right now, like going back to Gegman and what he mentioned, like right now people are just allying with us because they don't want to die, right? Nobody wants to die, so it's like, well, you know what, I'm not getting killed, I might as well just team up for the time being. But once the witness is gone, it's like all of the it's like the veil has dropped, the curtains is revealed, and it's kind of like now everyone's out to play. and that's the craziest thing. But at the top of it all, the top of that food chain, the Vex, and this is what Bife just said, literally the Vex can perfectly simulate anything. So even if there was a threat that was looming, whether it be Cabal or Scions or the Elixni or Fallen or whatever, or even the Scorn, the Vex could easily just simulate them. So that in itself is kind of the freakish part. I think the only other threat that I feel could potentially and maybe have some power over Vex would be Taken. Because Taken, they can almost clone themselves in any way. So they can become whatever they want, right?
Is they don't have their own free will. Without a master, they're just roaming around aimlessly.
Which goes back to,
unless
okay,
some force is instructing them to go to Earth and attack the last city or something like that, then
should be really clear.
they're just gonna leave us alone.
Gotcha, which explains why Mara wanted to kind of take advantage of that, because having them on her side would be of great benefit for her, but also perhaps even for humanity too, because having that Taken regime under her helm, that's like one less threat we have to think about in that sense. But again, like we said before, that can all change when the witness is gone. Mara could easily just shift her narrative and be like, well, sucks to be you. I can just take the Taken now. But
well, also the thing is, she's an Awoken. She's the queen of the Awoken, which were originally humans. So
prevented them from escaping. Yeah, this
that is true too. Yeah,
because in this instance, the Sims
very true. That's a good point to bring up as well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Mara would go that far, but certainly the Taken being there and them being like a free agent essentially. Can the Vex control them? Is it possible? Because like you said, they don't have a leader, but if they were to have a leader, let's say in the form of Vex, then Vex could easily just, they could literally run the whole universe. Because they know the whole entire law of the universe, essentially.
Well, I think with the Vex, to take over the Taken, you have to have a really strong will, and the Vex don't really have that sort of emotion, I guess.
So they don't have that sort of human emotion of will. It's more like a robotic simulation. They don't have I see what you're saying. I see. So for the Taken, it's more of like they need someone with the actual emotion of dictatorship or a ruler to rule them. But the Vex are just computers, so they don't really have that capacity.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you on that. That still freaks me out though, because whoever, then that begs the question, because the Taken are so massive, it would ultimately boil down to a competition of who can control them. Because whoever takes control of the Taken after the witness, wouldn't they have the greatest power then? because the Taken are essentially just like they're almost like unkillable in that sense. So the top two would be the Vex and the Taken if the Taken were to be controlled. That's why Oryx was called a Taken King. Yeah, that makes all the more sense. Because yeah, once you have control of a Taken, like you have a huge power advantage. So that's crazy to think about. All it takes is one person or one faction to decide, hey, let's just take control of the Taken, and then boom. Now what do we...
The upside, or the bright side to it, is that Oryx was the only one who could make more Taken. There is a massive amount of Taken out there, but they're still finite.
Oh, so once we eliminate that, they're basically extinct altogether, eradicated.
Yeah. As long as someone doesn't try to resurrect Oryx. Again.
Yeah, which would suck. Okay, so that I didn't really know. I thought they could easily just continue to replicate.
With the Scion guys, yeah, they do seem to like do mitosis, I think it's called. I don't remember biology class.
I think mitosis is the right word.
Yeah.
So Scion technically could be the ones, if they wanted to.
But they're not a really powerful force, though.
No, I think out of all the power dynamics, I think they're one of the weaker, because Cabal technically, like you said, Cabal, well, in this case of Enrico said that Cabal conquered them. So essentially they were driven by force to be under the control of the Cabal rather than by choice. So their real power only comes from being a part of the Cabal. Otherwise, they probably would have been destroyed already. But that being said, if Cabal were hungry for more power, they could easily just ask the Scions, hey, you guys have mitosis? Give us the Taken. So now, not only will the Cabal have firepower and heavy artillery, now they have access to the Taken too.
Yeah.
If they wanted, if that's what Cato wanted. Let's say Cato was just power hungry, decided to just betray us because now there's no more threat in the Witness. It's like, well, I'm the threat, you know. I'm the new queen, basically. Being the new, like, she's kind of like, you know, the new Gaul in that sense.
Well, she's not going to be like her father.
No, that's, yeah, definitely.
She stated that.
Yes, you're absolutely right. She did that. She definitely did state that she would not want to go down the same path as her father. So that element would likely not appear, but who knows what the story will provide. There could be some emotional, like, discourse, or some let's say, I don't know, maybe a new threat that would provoke her to go to that route, but who knows, right?
Yeah.
So Taken are races possessed. If anyone gains the power to Taken, they can make new Taken troops. Oryx tablet, which is stored in Savathun's throne world, has the knowledge to teach how to take. So currently, again, please add information for me to know.
Yeah.
So no one has the Oryx tablet right now? Is it still within Savathun's throne world?
No one has.
Okay, and is it because it's secretly hidden away, or is it just because no one has?
Probably. Probably.
Okay.
It could be found with enough searching, probably.
Yeah, that is a possibility. If someone was hungry enough for it, they'd probably search for it. Which then goes right back to my earlier story with someone being in our... Someone knowing of that secret, and that's why we traveled to the throne world to obtain it. And the only way to obtain it is to kill Savathun. Maybe, I don't know. more rabbit hole stuff right there. But what better way to gain that tablet than to kill the person who is protecting it, right? So there are a lot of insurgents inside the Cabal Empire that don't agree with Cato. Ibix, for example, she's a very powerful scion. So again, that goes right back to the whole idea that a scion could eventually, if they were really desperate for power, because their race is somewhat limited when you compare that to other races that have a larger conglomerate. So if Ibix doesn't agree with Cato and her philosophy, that could easily be every motivation to take over the Taken, essentially. Because we already know the Scion we already know that the Scion can they have like a lot of science, because there was the one scene where Crow destroys that Scion who was basically conducting experiments on the Hive. So there's a good chance that if they really wanted, they can just conduct more experiments on the Taken and figure out how to manipulate them and use them to their advantage. At the end of the Ghost Dungeon, they were trying to resurrect Oryx as a light bearer. Honestly, while it's a scary thought, he wouldn't have any memory of his previous life. He would have been a great weapon against... Jack's like, wait a minute.
that is true. He would forget.
Yeah.
But since the power to take is... Oh, but yeah, because he forgot, he would then have forgotten how to take, and he wouldn't be the Taken King. He would just be Oryx, the Light Bearer, or something like that.
Right, he would take on a new title, essentially.
Yeah, until he relearned how to take.
Right, exactly. Which we could have likely done if we wanted to, if anyone wanted to, rather. He would have been a great weapon against the Witness. That's actually a good point too. So again, that just begs the question. Like someone out there could easily resurrect Oryx and help him to restore his memories, much like we did with Savathun, right? Lead Oryx back to his memories, and then give him access to the Taken. But then, because his memories were wiped, we can, somebody can use them for good or bad. It really all depends who has access, right? Because somebody out there could resurrect. It could be us even. Like we, the Guardians, could say, "Hey, let's go take Oryx back." But this time, he's on our side. We get the tablet. He learns how to take over the Taken, and we use that as a means to kill off whatever new faction or new enemy is in the episode. Or, again, the opposite could happen, where a bad person could take over, get Oryx back, and then basically resurrect him as the same thing all over again. But this time, he's working under a different umbrella, different faction. So, that's actually a good thing to bring up, though, Enrico. That's actually a good little tidbit of lore that, once again, adds more to those episodes. I was going to say episodic, but my brain just couldn't think of which to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a good perspective too. There's so much that can happen. Again, this is why I actually love what they're doing with the lore. Many people might disagree.
Yeah.
But I really do feel like this direction that Bungie is taking now, where they're taking away the seasons, and they're taking away a main antagonist. They're basically saying, now we've spent 10 years leading up to this moment. Now we can break that narrative. Now we can completely shift it into whatever we want, and mold it into whatever we want.
Yeah. I think with the episodes, it's still the season, seasonal model, but it's just, instead of 4, it's 3, allowing there to be a bit more content per episode.
Right. So more to soak in, essentially, which gives them a lot more leeway to work with the story and be more creative.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like I honestly would have loved if that was the case before, but I can see what they were. I can see where they were going with Destiny as a whole. Like, it's good to just have like one boss in the beginning. But now that boss is going to be defeated, they have to definitely think outside the box. And this box is it's now like Star Wars. It's now like Marvel, where the boss can be anybody. And that, I think, will add so much to Destiny as far as content. Maybe even leading into Destiny 3 if they even want to. They don't even have to. They can probably just keep Destiny 2 as their tag and just literally spend the next 10 years building off of the narratives that they can easily create through different factions, different storylines, different betrayals. Like now that plot tree has so many different branches. It's crazy now. So there's an issue though. Oryx is devoted to the sword logic. He believes that if his opponent is strong enough to kill him, then he deserves to stay dead for good. Also, he hates necromancy. He exiled his son Nokris because of that. So if someone were to resurrect him, he wouldn't know of that though, would he? He would completely be unaware of his original intentions or his original thoughts unless someone were to guide him back to his original memories. So in his regular form, he's devoted to the sword logic, but in this case, wouldn't he just be a fresh slate? He wouldn't even have any belief or philosophy because it would be all gone, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So all the things that he hated before, he would not even realize what he hated. Somebody would have to remind him of that hate. But then, much like Crow, maybe him being reminded of that hate would be distasteful and it would change his perspective. So who knows? So Oryx can still potentially be an asset or maybe a liability depending on the perspective for whatever happens. But I think Oryx, not knowing what he hates, because he's completely he's fresh off the boat, so he wouldn't even realize what he hates or what he likes or what he believes an opponent is, and all that stuff is done. So even if he was dead for good, he wouldn't even know that. All those words he said in the past were gone. So that again can just add so much more narrative to another episode. Like that would be cool if there was like episode 4 and you know someone revives Oryx and that's like a new enemy we have to face for another episode. Again, this goes right back to what I was saying. Like the episodic is the format is so perfect for this story for Destiny, because it's just this game has so much depth to it that it would get boring, and I think we can see that with Lightfall. I think people are just getting bored of this very linear, you know, there's one person that we have to beat type of approach. We know who the enemy is, cool. But the reason why franchises like Star Wars, like Marvel is so popular is just they have branching paths, different heroes, Flash, Spider-Man, X-Men. You know, we have the multiverse now with Spider-Man and Gwen, and all those things could easily be formed in Destiny 2. So much could be added. Like, Destiny 2 could literally be the Star Wars of video games. If they really wanted to. But that's Sony now, because that's another big problem. That's the new lore, is Sony. Because if Destiny 2, or rather if Final Shape doesn't shape up, I think Bungie loses their independence, essentially. Which means that Sony is the Vex and they have full control.
These analogies.
They're the real simulation, and all along Bungie's just kind of tagging along. For the episodes, I have no idea what they're cooking with the Soul Divisive. Vex episode 2 will show the Fic rolls and the fate of the Scorn. Episode 3, I believe, we'll deal with Jivu once and for all. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yep.
The first episode, I think, is going to be the most critical because of the Vex. The Vex, like I said, they're the most. I think they're the biggest threat, and I think that's a good thing that they're actually introducing the Vex first for their episode, because I think that they are the ones who pose the greater threat than anyone else. Fikrul, technically, he is invincible when you think about it, but you can't beat the Vex. Like, you can't, like, you can be technically an immortal in that sense. And sure, by argument, you can say, well, if he can't be killed, he's just as powerful. But Vex could just simulate. And so it's like,
I saw this. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was done.
This other YouTuber slash streamer that I watched, after completing the Star-Crossed mission and coming across that Ishtar collective symbol in the Black Garden, theorized that for the for Echoes, I think, or the first episode, we would be going to Nessus, and it would have to do with the Vex and the Ishtar collective.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Because there's one reason why we're on Neptune right now, because we were being led to Vex information. There's intel that suggests there's Vex influence, and the Cloud Striders likely have information. And after the Lightfall campaign, like, we were able to obtain information, but there was one of the Striders that we couldn't obtain full information from. Like, it was kind of like classified or like decrypted or something, or encrypted, sorry. So we weren't able to get every bit of detail about the Vex and their motives. But then the scatter signal from that video that Bife posted gives us context on the Vex and their intentions. But there's still so much in Neptune that we still are unfamiliar with. And then Enrico says, your theory is Clovis Bray comes back and somehow is able to control the Vex. That...
Enrico, do you mean by, like, in physical form? Because he already has his, like, exoframe body.
Right.
Deep in Europa.
Right, he still exists. His AI form, the big head, is still in Europa.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and, did you know that Banshee is actually from Clovis?
Yeah, he's like the good version of Clovis, because Clovis took a part of him that he didn't like. Like, he hated that part of himself, and so he put the good side of himself into Banshee. And then I guess Banshee 40, was it Banshee 44 now? What's his number?
44.
Yeah.
44.
So it's like the 44th time he's been reactivated. Because now I knew that the numbers represent how many times they've been, like, restarted, so to speak, which is why Ada 1 is like the only one, because she hasn't been reset yet. That is actually interesting, that Clovis could come back and he could somehow control the Vex. That would be another, again, power dynamic, a huge shift, because Clovis coming back and him being able to control, because that was his intention all along, right? His intention was to have domination over everything. But then we just destroyed him in that sense. We ruined his plans. So he could come back and could potentially take over the Vex, because he is AI. He is technically a Vex at this point. He's just a big head waiting in Europa. So
Clovis
if he
wanted more the admiration of humanity and quote-unquote protecting humanity from the Traveler, which I'm pretty sure he just saw as stealing his thunder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. His pride was basically well above him, and he wanted, like you said, he was like almost envious of the Traveler and its power, and he wanted that for himself. He wanted to relish in that power of being able to control all things. So imagine now he does. So Enrico says he does come back for the episode. Well, if that's the case, then hey, then it's very much a possibility that Clovis can very well sink his teeth into the Vex and say, hey, this is who I control now. And then that would give more
Clovis.
Yeah, go ahead.
Clovis actually opened that portal on Europa because the darkness told him to, and because he wanted to study the Vex. But that led to a lot of people being killed.
Gotcha. So then, okay, so that definitely gives more credence to his willingness to take over and basically control the Vex. which then would bring Elsie back into the narrative and Anna, since they don't want that happening. So that could also be really interesting to see what Elsie thinks, because if that were the case, since she already knows the multiple timelines and the multiverse, so to speak, I'm curious as to what Elsie's responsibility will be if that were the road that Bungie took with the narrative. Because I love Elsie a lot. She's my third favorite character in the game. First is I think first for me is Mara, second is Savathun, and third is Elsie. They're all very interesting characters. They have very interesting dynamic to them. So I'm very, very intrigued and interested as to what will come as far as intentions. Because with Scorn, like with Fikrul, like I said, he is immortal technically by narrative, but there has to be something out there that can stop him. There has to be, and that very question then begs me to question, then who is the new faction that could potentially ruin Fikrul? Yeah, for sure Vex are the next baddies. I think that's why they're leading us into the episodes with the Vex. Because they're leading us into the big baddies, as you said, right? So Vex is the episode they kick off with because they want us to see who the potential great threat is that's looming in front of us, while Cabal, like you said, they're sitting there. And then Fallen are cooked, because I think Aramis went back on her own to look for her lover or something, right? Is that what it was? Aramis is like, I'm done with this war garbage.
Oh, Aramis.
Yeah, Aramis,
okay.
yeah.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Yeah, because I know she gave up. I can't remember exactly why, but I remember it was like she decided to just kind of run off and look for her lover or something. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she was like, I'm done with this. No more war for me. I need love. So, yeah, they joined Mithrax. So Mithrax is kind of on our side for now, because we already know that Mithrax was a pirate. So we know that he can easily shift, but I don't think that would be the case.
Yeah.
Scorn's done. Yeah, I think Scorn, I don't think they really have much power outside of Fikrul, of course, but that's just Fikrul himself. It's rumored that Mithrax will get infected and slowly turn into Nazarek. Isn't Nazarek the same one? Nazarek's the one that was the partner in crime to Witness, right?
Also, he was turned into the thing that brought Osiris back from his coma.
Oh, right, the tea, right?
Yeah, the Nescafe too.
Nescafe, oh my gosh. I'm just thinking about it. Nescafe. That's funny. Yeah, he's one of the disciples of Witness.
Yeah.
So that could actually be an interesting narrative shift if Mithrax were to be infected. Because yeah, that's actually kind of interesting too, story-wise, because he was ultimately on our side for so long under the House of Light. And then I think that would even give more motivation to his daughter, because for the longest time, like, she looks up to him. And I remember the fight between Aramis and Mithrax in the cave, and like Aramis was like, I kind of saved your daughter. Like, if it wasn't for me, your daughter would be dead. And I feel like if Mithrax were to go down that road of evil, I think it would shift his daughter's perspective, and maybe we'd see a timeline of her coming into the story. But I think that there has to be a reason why Bungie introduces us to characters, and so there's likely a good reason why they introduced Mithrax's daughter in some way. So
Actually, I think I don't remember which season it was, but where Mithrax's daughter was interacting with Aramis.
Yes, yeah, I think it was through the radio. I think it was like a radio discussion. Yeah. Yeah, I caught that in the Lord video, and I was like, interesting. Because I think Aramis was saying, like, don't be like your father or something like that, because, you know, your father was once a pirate or something. And then her daughter, or his daughter, was kind of like, well, he's not like that anymore. And then Aramis is kind of like giving her a fair warning, like, hey, look, I know who your father really is. So I think that could definitely create a cool shift if Mithrax were to betray his daughter, which would then fuel the daughter to maybe come to our side and then fight for us, but in a different way. And then just give her more narrative, because I don't feel like Bungie would just introduce a character and then just throw them to the, well, I'm sure they did that multiple times before, but I think she really does play an integral role, because that emotional relationship is really important. So I definitely think, I forgot her name. It's E something. I don't want to say like I don't want to make up some name, but it's always some E. It's like Edonis, I don't know.
Ido.
Ido, yeah, there we go, Ido. Yeah. So who knows what Ido's role will be in the episodes? Because there has to be a reason why she's there. Like we saw her react when the Traveler went up in the sky after Rasputin sacrificed himself. Yep. She was clearly, you know, astounded by it. And she's clearly young, right? She's, you know, still curious about the world. But what if like the episodes are like a fast forward of what's to come? And then we see like a more mature version of Ido, which would be cool. I would love to see that, because I actually find Ido to be cool. She's just a mystery right now, because she's still a child in that sense. But I would love to see a branching path of her own, where she kind of goes against her father. It'd be a father-daughter type of, almost like Caiatl and Callus, right? It would be like the new father-daughter dynamic, where, you know, we see Ido team with us to fight off the new threat, which would be Mithrax, in a new episode, where, like you said, Enrico, where Nazarek or Nescafe can take over, and then Mithrax becomes, you know, this new god, and now Ido has to team up with us to fight him off. Dude, we should be writers. Hire us. Because all this lore talk is exciting, man. It really just, it juices me when I can talk about lore, because stories in any video game are so important, and when you have a good story, it makes for a good experience for gameplay, because the gameplay lines up with the story. But
yeah,
you like, for example, Mass Effect, right? Mass Effect has a great story, but some of the gameplay is questionable, so I'm like, whatever. I'm not gonna play that again. But I think Destiny does a great job of both. Like, they're excellent storytellers, and the gameplay is phenomenal. So all they have to do is deliver. And I feel like they will. I just have a confidence that they'll deliver. Just right now, people are making, you know, the negative news about, oh yeah, the sales are low for Final Shape, but I think it's fair to say that it's pretty early. Like, we're nowhere near June. I think sales would likely increase as the release date gets closer. As with any other gaming sale or gaming release, people are likely to pre-order something, you know, fairly close to its release, because they're probably going to have some sort of like pre-order package or a new package. So people pre-ordering now, sure, it's pretty early, so I wouldn't use these numbers as a gauge. It's literally just March right now. So we have April, May, then June, so that's technically like 3 months. Anything can happen.
This may have been on just Xbox's side, but at least for me, for some reason, Final Shape was refunded automatically. I don't know why.
Paradox in reality. It should
Really?
not exist. But Oryx
Yeah.
was so powerful as the Taken King that
So you had
But I still
already
have the exotic and emote and stuff.
granted, Oryx
So
wasn't alone in this endeavor.
you still win in the
all
end.
good. Yep.
Oryx at this time
It's like I paid my money. I got what I wanted.
Yep.
even included
That's funny.
the daughter of Savathun.
But again, that goes right back to the point of, you know, I think people are jumping to conclusions too fast because it's just way too early. Who's to say that marketing, like, the way I see it is Bungie are likely saving their marketing closer to the release. There's no reason for them to release anything right now because it's March. Right now they're focusing on the internal parts like patches for Crucible and then PvP stuff and,
Yeah.
you know, just giving players more incentive to stay in the game until the final shape. But I don't see any reason why they would spend millions to market when the release date isn't even anywhere close. So they'd actually be wasting money because there's really no reason for anyone to be motivated to buy or pre-order because it's nowhere near release. So yeah, okay, yeah. So what Enrico says that they refunded it because of the delay, which again makes sense because they delayed it. But these videos talking about sales being low and this is a bad image for Destiny, it's like, what are you guys talking about? Like, the game is far from its release. Like, the expansion isn't even out yet. They're likely just putting all of their resources into what's currently available to keep people in the game, keep people, you know, excited for Destiny. And of course, PvP being the main criteria, since PvP is a largely, I guess, involved community, and they want new players and veterans to, you know, remain invested. Because PvE at this point, I think, is, I don't want to say complete, but I'd say that most players have likely invested their time into PvE, and so their focus on PvP is like, hey, we just want this mode to be, you know, fresh for everybody, which makes sense. Because there are rewards for playing PvP, especially now that they're adding in Artifice armor. So now it's like, hey, all you guys who were just PvEers, come play PvP because now you can actually obtain Artifice armor without having to do a dungeon run. You could if you want, you know, it's still there, but now it's just going to draw more players into PvP, which will be nice. So I really don't. And then of course there's a new season coming before too, right? Wasn't it? What's the new season? Into the Light?
Yeah, it's a mini expansion basically.
Okay. So that's in April, so just like next month basically. So that in itself I think is just every more reason to just keep people engaged until final shape. Because they don't have to invest in anything marketing wise. It would just be foolish of them. And Sony is already keeping a very close eye on Bungie. So they would not want to, you know, they don't want to kind of bite the hand that feeds them, or in this case be greedy and then spend money that they don't need to. And then Sony's like, well, you guys are dumb, now we own you. So I don't think Bungie wants that right now. I think they really want to maintain their independence, but technically they kind of sold their soul to the devil by you know, letting Sony get them anyway. Like, they didn't have to do that. They could have still maintained their independence and been okay. But it's funny because the moment they signed their souls over, that's when everything went downhill. Everything kind of went downhill when Sony signed up on them. So I just hope that that isn't like a foreshadowing of things to come, because that would be really sad. And I don't want that happening for Bungie because they're amazing. So that's crazy, dude. We've been talking for 4 hours on lore. That's actually insane. We usually just play. We just play PvE today. And this whole entire time, it's been 4 hours of just lore. Can't believe it. That's actually crazy. I literally looked at my clock now. Like, I haven't even stared at my clock until now. Actually insane. But that's the beauty of this game, right? That's the beauty that we can like deviate away from gameplay and still have a good time. That's crazy. You know? Like, what other game out there gives you that leisure, gives you that pleasure of talking about lore? There's not many games out there that do that like Bungie or like Destiny does. There's not many games out there. Even Mass Effect. Like, you don't really see that many people talking about Mass Effect that much. You might have your niche and hardcore audience that might follow it, but I feel like just Destiny
I think one good example of another good game that does this. Not actually, it technically has video games for forms, but Warhammer 40K.
Oh yeah, Warhammer is incredible. Warhammer actually is incredibly smart in their diversifying of the brand, and that can go on forever too. That's been going on for years actually. Like, they started off with like not action figures, but like was it board games?
Minifigs.
Yeah, minifigs. Yeah, minifigs, and the board games. Then it became video games, and now the video games are branching out into so many different paths. So yeah, that's actually a good one. That's a good point. One of the very rare instances of a game franchise that continues to thrive well after, and I guess World of Warcraft, you can say the same thing too, because it's been 20 plus years. So technically that's a good story. Like, keeping a story going for 20 years in a game that's like an eternity in movie realm, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually a good, very, very good point. So Destiny's been 10 years, it's been a decade. So they can easily now, easily go 10 plus years with their new direction. Easily. I imagine if they just went season, I would guarantee you that probably within a year or two, Destiny would probably dissipate. My honest thoughts. If they were to continue with that same archetype of one enemy being the main target, people would get bored of Destiny and they would drop it, and they'd probably go to like Helldivers. But I think this is the shift they needed. This is the shift, because this is going to keep Destiny going for, I imagine, another 10 years easily, even more than that. Way more. I can see Destiny going on for like another 10-15 years minimum, if they don't crash and burn, which I pray they don't, because they have Sony backing them. So technically it's good and bad. It's like a double-edged sword. Like, it's good because if they F up, Sony can just say, hey, all right, well, whatever, we have money. But then at the same time, it's like, well, you F'd up, now we own you. So like, it's still in Sony's hands as to what happens for Bungie's fate. But I just pray that Sony doesn't pull something stupid, because they have to. Well, technically, Bungie was bought by Sony because they wanted a company that can help them with live servicing. That was their original intention with Bungie, because Bungie is the expert when it comes to live servicing, with Destiny being the prime example. And I think that was Sony's reasoning for why they purchased Bungie. But yeah, if they screw up with Final Shape, then Sony just owns them altogether. But I just hope they don't go this exclusive route, like, oh, Destiny's PS5 only now, or PC and PS5 only. I would be angry.
They're not gonna do that.
No, of course not. They would be completely dumb. Sony would be actually the dumbest company in history. They would be actually the #1 Dumbo. I didn't pre-order yet because I bought other games. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this is a good thing for Destiny, where there are other games to play. Play them. Like, even Bungie themselves even like advocate mental health. Like, take a break. Like, you don't have to always be in Destiny. Like, I'm just a rare case where I just love the game so much right now that I can just play and talk about it anytime. But I think it's good to just play other things or just do other things, not just play games, but just like go outside and touch some grass or pet a goat. I don't know, do something. But I don't think Destiny is going anywhere. I just don't see a game that has lasted this long to suddenly just go down the drain. It would take a lot of mistakes, like compounding, for Destiny to really truly be dead. And there's when I think dead, like dead to me in a game is servers are completely shut down, gone. There's no accessing it. Like Bungie's like, hey guys, you can't access the servers anymore. Done. But the fact that Destiny 1 still has servers active just goes to show you Destiny's not dying. They still have Destiny 1 servers up. People are still making Destiny 1 content. It's crazy.
What?
Guardians lost their light, and we were left on the back foot with all.
Go ahead.
Newt, do you want to hop in into PvP with me right now?
I'm about to get off for lunch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's been like 4 hours. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. I honestly wanted to just like just talk a little bit about lore with you, and of course the chat. I wasn't expecting for us to go this long, so
yeah.
But PvP, how about we so maybe before we do raids on Wednesday, we can jump into PvP if you want. Is that cool?
Yep.
Sick. Yeah, I'll be down for that. We can just do like some PvP rounds and then we'll jump into raids. And then of course if you want to join us for a raid, that'll be cool.
Yeah. Currently, one cool thing, at least for leveling up so far for me, I've reached Prestige 4 with Shax. So I'm gonna go for 5 and then 6 and then 7.
Let's go, man. Yeah, keep the motivation up.
You can get around 200 rank points per game from Relic at the moment.
Oh, because of the double up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this week was double Crucible points. So yeah, I definitely gotta run that. Maybe, well, if I play later on tonight, I don't know when you're awake, but if you're on, let's say tonight my time, just hit me up and we can run some Crucibles together then. Because when does it end? Next Tuesday, right? The next reset?
Yeah, yep, next reset.
Okay, yeah, so then we can, yeah, like I said, maybe tonight, or if I run it this weekend, which I most likely will.
Yeah, just run it the weekend, you'll get a lot of rank points.
Okay, yeah, like I said, if you want to hit me up on the weekend, then like tomorrow or whatever, if you see me on, just like ping me in in game and we can run. I don't know what you run. What do you prefer, like 3v3s or the 6s?
Well, it would be Relic because extra points.
Okay, so then 6v6 then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can jump in a couple of those then. All right. Sounds good. Enrico, this game runs good on PS5. Not sure how it runs on Series X. I wouldn't know either. I don't have either. I'm a PC thug. I've always been a PC fiend since I was a kid. The consoles were like a bonus for me, but I was literally hooked on PC from like the 90s. It's always been my go-to. But speaking of which, I'm gonna go to get some lunch because I definitely need to get some food in me. So I've just been consuming tea as we've been talking. So I'm gonna call it a day. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week, as always. And have a good weekend. Please take care of yourselves out there.
Happy time zone.
Happy time zone. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you being on the mic today talking lore.
Yep.
Much love, brother. You take care of yourself.
Yep, you too.
All right. Bye. Yeah, folks, so I'm going to call it a day on that one. Gonna, like I said, I'm going to dip out here. Grab some lunch. Hopefully today's stream was entertaining. It was just me going off on my my little rant, my tinfoil hat rant. I know that lore may not be for everybody, but I just wanted to bring that to the table today and just change things up. I like my Fridays to be a day where it's spontaneous. So one week it could be PvP, next week it can be lore, next week it can be whatever. So in any case, I appreciate it. Again, Enrico, thank you as well for sharing your thoughts on the lore as well. It was great to hear your mind and thoughts. Everybody who came through and shared their 2 cents on the matter, I appreciate you. But I also really appreciate the fact that no one was like, "Oh, you're so dumb for saying that," and blah 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 blah. Like I appreciate that all of our opinions, all of our perspectives are respected, and you know I appreciate that. I'm always open to hearing perspectives, whether they're right or wrong. That's all subjective too. Like someone can say that's right or wrong, but that itself is subjective too. So, in any case, thank you. I'm gonna get some food. Appreciate you too, Enrico. Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend, folks. And again, as always, as I like to say, new warriors, stay strong, keep fighting, and may the force be with you all, always. Alrighty? Take care, sleep well, rest well, eat well. I'll see you next week. Alright? Peace!